Sometimes the world moves too quickly, and I know it's not like the earth is turning slow. I'm already gone, but we both know I can't sleep alone, or at least I won't. Sometimes the world moves too quickly, and I know it's not like the earth is turning slow. I'm already gone, but we both know I can't sleep alone. And I hope that you take me seriously. And I hope that nobody stays mad at me. And I hope that you take me seriously. Oh, do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. Do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. Do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. It'll do
Kick my feet up, watch the sunset. Now I'm done relaxing. Time is chasing after me. I need a little substance. Not sure where it's headed, but I know it's going somewhere. Take a cab and don't look back. I'll move through all the silence. Now I'm colder than the weather. Steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under the old cupboards. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dope rise. In another world I'd have control of my mind. Can't seem to get it through that things I do but on my own time. People waiting, slowly fading. The mirror's telling me I got to grip it right in front of me. Secure the seat and don't release the opportunity. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dope rise. It's passing hours dancing. How the hell am I still standing? Keys are rusting. I'm not playing. Melodies are infiltrating. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dough rise. People waiting, slowly fading. Take time and watch the dough
There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can say about it. I tried to meditate about it. I even tried to pray about it. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. I used to lean on my pride, but I don't have any left. I put my heart to the side, I kept it all to myself. Who cares? Playing the cards that I'm dealt. No fair, did it without any help. Daddy taught me well, never be proud of myself. Life was a living hell, I started doubting myself. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. I'll let go
You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You ask how my day was after I said you didn't ask how my day was. You're a good boy. You think I'm prettier when I smile. You're a good boy. You say how you feel even when you're not drunk. You're a good boy. You confess girls play guitar just as good as boys. You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You're a good boy. You don't let me walk home alone. You patiently wait to get out of the friend zone. You're a good boy. You stop thinking there were girls who weren't like other girls. You're a good boy. Admit you're a feminist in a room full of women. You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy.
'cause you was on your own time coming. Don't stop running, burning the leaves in the backyard summers. Flower scented breeze keep warming me. Tired of the priest keep warning me. Seconds from release, it's hard to treat. I'm too scared to breathe from my beliefs. The land of freedom, the land for me. Too scared to seek, too scared to be my own, you see. But I know I just need some selfish time. I need more relics that give me truth to what I know. Give me ruthless weight, all this paper weights, all the sacred faces, A6 laced in, strangers wasted. Flood a while you fall across the gap, no bridge stood, no man could reach. I pray 3 times a night, hope you hear it. I'm nearing heights I dreamt of, heights I fear. And since nobody else can hear me, let my ears bleed, let my heartstrings rip. Following the tide, never was a sign to align to the ceiling on the moon, my stride. Low G's, low weight, low everything cheap. These lights, these streaks, my guide. Too bright, can't vision, need my lenses. Blue ball in the sky, keep turning on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. I'm too scared to breathe from my beliefs. The land of freedom, the land for me. Too scared to seek, too scared to be on my own, you see. But I know I just need some selfish time. I need my relics that give me truth to what I know. Give me ruthless weight, all this paper weights, all the sacred faces, A6 lacing, strangers wasted. The air's so fresh where I'm from. The air's so fresh where I'm from. The air's so fresh where I'm from. The air's so fresh where I'm from.
Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm in your own bed and from the storm.
We'll be getting started in just a couple minutes. Good evening, everybody. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Today is April 23rd, 2024. This is our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? It's 5:03 p.m.
Member Myers?
Here.
Member Martinez?
Present.
Member Rivera?
Present.
Member Johnson?
Here.
Member Constant?
Here.
Member Zalatel? Here. Member Bronga?
Here.
Member Volland?
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley?
Here.
It's my understanding Member Salt is excused.
He is.
Member Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Mr. Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, I would like to have the Eagle Scouts come forward to lead us in the pledge. You'll just turn the little green, press the little green button on the microphone.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zalatel, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we can recognize contributions, innovations, and temporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. We have meeting minutes. We have 3 items. 4A, special meeting, February 2nd, 2024. 4B, regular meeting, February 13, 2024. And 4C, special meeting, February 23rd, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are adopted. Next, the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to meet with Arctic leaders from around the world to discuss some of the unique challenges we face living in an Arctic environment. It was an insightful conversation where I learned about how other Arctic regions handle things like food and energy security. During the roundtable discussion, I highlighted our ongoing challenges, including the imperative of safeguarding vital infrastructure like the Don Young Port of Alaska, and I emphasized the urgency of exploring innovative solutions to address the pressing energy crisis confronting now South Central Alaska. Shifting focus to an even greater event, last week I joined in celebration of the municipality's longest tenured employee here at the library, Sophie Mizak-Guzmer. This year, Sophie celebrates 49 years working for the municipality of Anchorage, where she currently works as a library assistant here at the Luzak Library. When asked about the secret to her longevity on the job, Sophie attributed it to her ability to find joy in her work, and I think that's invaluable advice. Congratulations, Sophie, on an incredible 49 years with the municipality, and still going, by the way. As many of you may be aware, the municipality hosted its second mayor's job fair earlier this month at the Sullivan Arena. It was another successful event with over 100 vendors who lined the halls of the Sully, and we had over 360 job seekers in attendance with over 215 job applications submitted. I'm extremely thankful to the hard workers the hard work by the HR department, the chief equity officer, putting this event together, and I want to thank all of the municipal departments who participated. This is a great way to fill some of our vacancies in this very competitive hiring market. As we get closer to the end of cold weather shelter, everyone in this room knows how important it is for the safety of our unsheltered citizens to have year-round shelter. I want to thank the Alaska Legislature for all its efforts to try to secure $4 million in homeless shelter funding. We're getting more support every day, and my administration has been working tirelessly with members of the legislature to get them the information that they need. Our hope is that we will secure the $4 million in funding to be able to keep a 200-person shelter open year-round. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Next is the chair's report, and good evening, everybody, and welcome. Last Friday, the Assembly held a work session where we heard from the Native Village of Eklutna on their new alternative for the Draft Fish and Wildlife Program. The Native Village of Eklutna's alternative plan is a really elegant and intelligent solution and addresses the concerns of the electric utilities, protecting our drinking water and maintaining our energy source, while also developing a path forward to eventual restoration of the Eklutna River for all 5 species of salmon as contemplated in the 1991 agreement and its predecessors. I know that for many who are following this issue, the legal matters have become overly complex, so I want to bring this back to the essence of the situation. For nearly a century, migration of Eklutna River salmon has been blocked by hydroelectric dams and impacted by water diversions that have badly degraded the conditions of the river and uprooted the cultural traditions of the Dena'ina people of this area. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to right this wrong and do something that benefits our entire community by restoring the Eklutna River. 2 private electric companies are rushing to push their solution that has very little public support, that jeopardizes Anchorage's water rights for years to come, and puts municipal taxpayers on the hook for an expensive solution that stops a mile short of full river restoration and has no stop on the way for their public officials to have a say in the matter. I know it seems like the Assembly is getting into the weeds with legal maneuvers, but we're jumping through all of these hoops because it is so important to the municipality to protect our water and power interests and meet the terms of the 1991 agreement. In addition to advocating for the restoration of the river, our community's water rights, and our property tax bills for years to come that are on the line, this is why we are fighting so hard to pause the project until we can all work together on a compromise that is transparent and beneficial for our community and our economy. Next, as the final days of the legislative session wind down, Assembly members are busy working with the administration behind the scenes to advocate for Anchorage's legislative requests, especially the $4 million fund to operate the 56th Avenue shelter over the summer so that we can avoid turning hundreds of people out onto the streets after municipal funding runs out at the end of May. We are also advocating for SB 77, a bill that would give the municipality more tools to incentivize housing development and deal with blighted properties. And we're also advocating for full funding for the Community Assistance Program, one of the few remaining ways the state still funds local governments. The municipality received funding through the Senate's capital budget for some very important road, water, and park projects, so I'm hopeful those remain in the budget and we can see groundbreakings on those projects in this coming year, this coming construction season. I encourage everyone to contact your state legislators to let them know the issues that are important to you for them to address with the remaining days in their legislative session for 2024. Finally, not quite finally, next, municipal elections. With tonight's election certification, we will soon turn to our runoff election for voters to elect our next mayor. Here are some items of note for the runoff election. You can still sign up for ballot tracks to get text and email updates on the status of your ballot at anchoragevotes.com. It's an amazing feature. I get an update when my ballot leaves the mail house, when it's delivered to my house, when it's scanned across the machine, and then when it's counted. which is an amazing and awesome opportunity for members of the public to know if their vote has been counted. And if there's any issue, they'll be notified by text that they can come and cure. You can visit muni.org/elections to learn more about the Election Center and how elections are tabulated, how the process works, links to register, track your ballot, tour the Election Center, and more. Ballots will be mailed on April 30th, and they'll be due back on May 14th by 8 p.m. The accessible voting centers will open on May the 7th, so you can come in person, but the drop boxes are already in place. Voting local hits so close to home. This is where we can make the biggest difference for our community, our businesses, our families, our neighborhoods, and the roads we all rely upon. Also, the Assembly has been engaging in a monthly conversation that we're calling Food for Thought, and what I like to call What's Good Anchorage. So often we talk about the issues that are challenging our community, but we don't spend enough time talking about the good things that are happening. And so to that end, and on a positive note, we had a really great Food for Thought work session last Friday on housing success stories. Our community focuses on the people we see living on the streets and in parks, and rightly so. But what we don't see are all the people who are moving off the streets or who never end up there in the first place because of important safety nets that our community has launched in the last few years to house our most vulnerable neighbors. Whether it's with the United Way or the Coalition or a small project by a local community church called In Your Backyard or Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, people are working from the local to the state and even to the federal government to make sure we make a difference in our housing struggles. We have some people and organizations doing incredible work, and it's important to step back and celebrate that work. If you missed the work session, you can watch a recording on the Assembly's YouTube channel. I highly encourage you to watch. Finally, this is a business meeting. We're here to conduct the work of the municipality. Please help us create a climate of respect and refrain if you're speaking from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, or pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear, except when lined up to testify. And if you have something for Assembly members, please hand it to the clerk up in the front, Travis. If a point of order is called to the members, please stop so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. And if the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on public hearing items, when you come forward, please state your name and what part of town you're from. And please stay on topic, and I'll direct comments to me or other members on the dais. I will interrupt if you're off topic. Thank you, everybody. And now we'll go down the dais for committee reports, starting with Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be held on Thursday, May 2nd. And that'll be at the Permit Center. And also, just one update for the Anchorage Chamber, and I'll say it now and again on our other special meetings that we may have before then. But for May the 4th, you all know it as May the 4th Be With You Day, Anchorage Chamber of Commerce starts off its citywide cleanup that day. And so those are the orange bags. Get out and help clean up and contribute with our elbow grease to making sure that Anchorage is a beautiful place to continue to live. And so you could sign up for the cleanup day at the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce's webpage, anchoragechamber.org. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two committee reports. The Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting was held last week. We got to review the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness update to Anchored Home, which is the community's plan to end homelessness. We had an in-depth presentation and review of that plan, which is truly an evolution of what was presented and adopted in 2018 and 2019. I would highly recommend that folks listen to the committee meeting and review the documents, including the final plan, all of which can be found on the Assembly website. With regard to the Audit Committee, the ACFR our annual audit, otherwise known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review. BDO is waiting for tie-outs and outstanding items related to our federal grants. Once those items are in final form and delivered, BDO believes it will take them about another 2 to 3 weeks to finalize the 2022 ACFR, and I look forward to reporting that it is completed at some point in the hopefully near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee met. We got a great update from the port, really talking about the moving pieces necessary to get out to bid and get construction contracts awarded for the Terminal 1 cargo terminals. Most exciting thing that came out of that presentation, I'm not sure if everyone caught it, but we talked about a target date for completing the Cargo 1 terminals in July of 2027. That's really exciting. We have identified a date by which we think this major piece of the port modernization program can be done. We also had a great conversation with Solid Waste Services. We talked about Cleanup Day that's coming up and some new ways that they're hoping folks can get engaged, particularly for your coupons to go to, remember the free dump day coupons? I think they're going to do that a little bit different. So if that's something you're usually watching out for, I really recommend you go to the Solid Waste Services website and look at their social media. I think the intent is there's a kickoff event at Westchester, and they really want participation in that, and that's where you're going to get your hands on that coupon. So I really recommend, if that coupon's something you look forward to each year, to take a look at their website. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I wanted to shout out is on Friday the 26th from 11 to 12, the Anchorage Health Department is having a think tank to discuss ways to roll out and get involvement in our pilot project for allowed camping on at parking lots of various nonprofits, churches in town. As most of you probably saw, that's limited to 3 tents, and we need to kick around ideas, and you are welcome to join us again 11 to 12 at the Health Department, 5th floor, room 508. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On April 17th, we had a meeting of the Assembly's Transportation Committee. We heard standing reports from AMATS, from MOA Traffic, from AKDOT, and long-range planning, as well as public transportation. They all gave great updates on what they're working on. Appreciate their participation. I gave a presentation on my proposal to prohibit right turns on red in the Central Business Traffic District. We discussed the Minnesota traffic divider and a resolution that will be coming forward on behalf of Member Brawley and myself. Is also colloquially called the Minnesota cheese grater, the dividing wall. And then we heard an update from the Planning Department on their long-range transportation strategy that the Assembly funded, looking at how we can collect a lot of feedback from the community on what our priorities on infrastructure investment and modes of travel should be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll give 2 brief reports. First, for Budget and Finance Committee, the committee met on Thursday, April 18th. We've been focusing our discussions about first quarter budget revisions in the 2 work sessions that we held in the last 2 weeks. But at our committee meeting, we heard our regular updates on the state of our finances and had good conversation about revenue projections, among other things. Our next meeting for that committee will be Thursday, May 16th from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m., City Hall 155, and I will say another reminder in a couple weeks at our next meeting. For Legislative Committee, thank you to the Chair for giving an update on all the great action that's happening down in the legislature, and hopefully many of our priorities and important projects for the city remain in that budget. But as far as the committee, our Legislative Committee met on Wednesday, April 17th. We heard updates on the bills we're tracking. As we said, we're continuing to monitor the status of the $4 million legislative request for shelter that Mayor Bronson also spoke to earlier, and as well as our other priorities. And of course, as others have said, we have been communicating regularly with Anchorage legislators to make sure that we are helping in that process and helping our folks at the legislature advocate for our needs. And I believe that's it for now. Oh, just to say, our next meeting will be Wednesday, May 1st, from 1 to 2 p.m. at City Hall 155. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Presbyterian.
No update tonight. Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we're going to take up the addendum to the agenda. But before we take the addendum to the agenda, we're going to go ahead and address the very few laid on the table items, which I'm very grateful for, which incorporates any of the laid on the table items. So there are a handful of items, I think that, one sec. So we have 3 ordinances for introduction and then 2 supplemental items. And so the operation for the laying on the table of the ordinances, one sec. We'll need a mover, a second, and a third. So we'll start with item 10G, what will be 10G4. I'm going to read it now. It's an unnumbered AO, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the comprehensive plan and Anchorage 2040 land use plan to allow implementation of the home initiative, including text amendments to Title 21. 10G4. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce.
And set the public hearing for June 25th. Second.
Third.
Okay, so
And refer to planning and zoning.
moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, setting it for public hearing on the meeting of June 25th. And a referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the third was by Mr. Volland. Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Okay. Next we have what will be item 10G5. If it's laid on the table, it is an unnumbered ordinance, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning, including sections 21.01.050, 21.03.020, 21.03.070, 21.03.160, and 21.03.210 to clarify the Assembly's legislative powers for establishing land use public policy and the methods by which it may effectuate changes to Title 21 and related matters, and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review of this ordinance. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there a
Third, do we also need to set public hearing? Okay, thanks.
Third by Ms. Volland. Yeah, it's automatically set for the 7th. Third item is an ordinance. It's going to be 10G6, unnumbered ordinance, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to decouple the municipality's access to drinking water from the 1991 Eklutna Fish and Wildlife Agreement. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce.
A second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, third by Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Next we have under item 12, reserved 12A, certification of the April 2nd, 2024 regular municipal election. 12A1, Assembly Memorandum AM 351-2024, certification of the April 2nd, 2024 municipal election. Supplemental. 12D, other administrative matters. 12D1, Assembly Memorandum AM 309-2024, Urban Design Commission, James Collis. 12D2, Assembly Memorandum AM 328-2024, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, Craig Bennett. That is everything for laid on the table items. Next, I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by someone. Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the addendum has been, and laid on tables have been incorporated. So next, appearance requests, we don't have any. Next, after that is the consent agenda. The intent after the consent agenda items are pulled is we're going to ask the members to change the order of the day to take up the certification and swear in our newest member. So, but first we'll go through and pull items from the agenda. So I'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
No items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pull 10A1, 10A8. I think those are the only, oh, and then 10D1 and 10D2. And I believe that's it.
So I have 10A1, 10A8, 10D1, 10D2. Ms. Brawley. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A3, 10A7, 10D2, and 10E1.
All right. So 10D2 had already been pulled, so I have for you 10A3, 10A7, and 10E1. So, Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. 10A2 and 10A6. And that's it.
Okay, so I have 10A2 and 10A6. Ms. Zalatel.
10A9, no other items, they've been pulled.
All right, thank you. That's 10A9, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Johnson.
No additional items.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A4. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
No additional items. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I'll go back through the list. I have 10A1, Ms. Brawley, 10A2, Ms. Braga, 10A3, Mr. Wallen, 10A4, Mr. Rivera, 10A6, Ms. Brawley, 10, Braga, I'm sorry, that's right. 10A7, Mr. Wallen, 10A8, Ms. Brawley, 10A9, Ms. Zalatel. Then I have 10D1 and 2, Ms. Brawley, 10E1, Mr. Wallen, and that's it. Did I miss anything?
Mr. Chair, was 10A4 pulled?
10A4, Mr. Rivera, if I didn't mention it, yeah, it was pulled. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. So next, with the consent agenda, all of those items have been pulled. Yes. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, or did you move? Mr. Myers. Moved by Mr. Myers, seconded by Mr. Walland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items 10A through F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all items in the 10G. So if you're here to see on any items that weren't pulled from the consent agenda, then those items have been passed or approved. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up the 12s after we complete the consent agenda.
Second.
So a motion to change the order of the day is made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion?
Just so that we can take up the certification, particularly so we can seat our new Assembly member who has been participating in work sessions, particularly on items that would come before in the current order. Thank you.
So a motion to change has been made, seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. Next, we'll take up item 12A.
I said after the consent agenda. Do you want to go before the consent agenda?
Yeah, right now.
So I had said after the consent agenda. I guess I should have said before the consent agenda. So
Sorry.
That's great. I'm happy to make that motion.
Second.
Yep, okay. Moved again by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Wallen. The motion is to take it up now. And so, any objection to that motion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted. Sorry about that. I was listening to the track in my head. Next, we have item 12A. Just 1 second. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this. I guess it's that simple. Certification of the April 2nd, 2024 regular municipal election. We have AM 351-2024 Municipal Clerk's Office and the Municipal Elections Team certification of the April election. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers again. Any discussion? I'm going to go ahead if no one else is.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to all of the members of the election team who have been working furiously for the past 3 weeks to get us to this point today. And there are untold hours of work and effort that go into the conduct of an election, from notices, from the drafting of ballot styles, to getting questions on the ballot, to beginning the process of educating the voters, to the postcard that goes out to the voters in advance so we know who they are, to figuring out how to make sure everybody gets their ballot, to making sure the ballots are cast on time, and helping people cure their ballots if they're a problem, counting all of those ballots, and all under the glare of the cameras, and done with style, done effectively. And so I don't know if our acting elections administrator wants to speak to the conduct of the election, but if you would like to come up, please come on up. The floor. Please state your name for the record.
All right, my name is William Northrup. I am the acting elections administrator for the municipality. I just want to say that this election went very smoothly. I think the election team did a fantastic job, and to be transparent, this is my first election with the municipality, and just having a very knowledgeable staff underneath me and having the guidance from the clerk has been very rewarding in having this election go off without any issues. A couple things I want to highlight. We used two new pro voter pieces of technology this year. We introduced ADA accessible voting machines. These ADA voting machines are essentially secure touchscreens with built-in accommodations, most often used by people with visual or mobility impairments. And essentially how it works is when a voter goes to use the touchscreen or the control that we have, they're able to vote the entire ballot. They're able to print the ballot right there, able to put that ballot in a secrecy sleeve into the envelope, and that enters the regular stream of ballots. So I'm happy to say that each Anchorage Vote Center had one, and that each one was used at least by one person. So that was very nice. And it ensures that the MOA is in compliant with Alaska Statute 188230. The other piece of equipment that we test ran this election was text secure, and essentially it's just another avenue for voters to cure any issues they may have, such as a signature that doesn't match or things like that. We had 230 registered voters utilize text secure in this election alone. Also want to mention that voter turnout for this election was 72,250 registered voters, or 30.44%, which is in the average range ever since the municipality went to vote by mail elections. And it is the fourth highest regular election turnout that we've had since vote by mail. I think that's all I really want to say. Because I think, I think we did the election went really well. I think I hate to say it, but I think we're looking forward to the runoff. And yeah, as the chair mentioned, ballots will go out on the 30th, so just make sure you watch your mailboxes for all of that and sign up for text secure. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Oh, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the election staff for putting this together and putting the hours in. I also want to speak to the general public. 30% turnout is abysmal and frankly embarrassing. It doesn't get easier than filling out an envelope and sticking it in the mail or dropping it off. So come on. Hopefully, the turnout, we have a better turnout. I mean, it's quite frankly, it's embarrassing. So that's all.
Thanks. I would just add a little character to that we still have an ongoing challenge with the state and the fact that we don't control the mailing lists. And there are tens of thousands of people that are undeliverable that we can't remove from the list that add to that not voting percentage that we've been asking the state to help us figure out. And there is a bill working. And once they finally do correct that, there will at least be a modest correction in the actual turnout in an upward direction, because we'll have eliminated 10 or 20,000 people who will never vote again in the muni. And so that's an issue we would love some help from the state on, and we're getting there. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Anyone else? Question now before us is the approval of AM 351-2024. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AM 351-2024 has passed the body. Congratulations. And now we'll turn to administration of oath, swearing in a new member. So let's take just a couple minutes to set up. Come on forward, Mr. Littlefield.
If you will raise your right hand. I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and I will faithfully perform the duties
of Anchorage Assembly Member
of Anchorage Assembly Member
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Travis, did you get that? Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Littlefield. It's good to be back to full strength. It takes all of us. All right, next on the agenda, we have item 12C, Assembly Reorganization. Is there a motion? I am seeing and hearing no motion. Then we will maintain this organization. Next, we have and thank you. Item 12D, other administrative matters. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to rescind a previously adopted item.
Second.
So there is a motion to rescind a previously adopted item, which is generally not a favored motion, but because of the need of the department, there's a motion made by Ms. Zalatil and a second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So the motion to rescind the previously adopted item is specific to the two assembly memorandums that were laid on the table. One is for the Urban Design Commission appointment of James Coles, and the other is for the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointment of Craig Bennett. This motion requires a 2/3 vote according to council just to bring the appointments back before us, and it only affects these two appointments. So if we vote affirmatively to rescind the previously adopted motion, we will then be able to take up each of these items separately to discuss them on their merits at that time. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent on the question. The question being, what's the motion again? Shall we move to rescind a previously adopted item? I'm not hearing any objection. So the item has been brought back before us. The items, I should say. All right, next we will take up AM 309-2024 appointment, Urban Design Commission, James Collis.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any more discussion?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
So thank you to Mr. Lyon for letting us know that our previous action to postpone another number of boards and commissions was going to have an effect on these particular on this particular board and commission. And so these two items are coming back for three very specific reasons. One, these are adjudicatory boards. Two, these boards need to make quorum in order to make decisions, and these boards are made up of professionals in our community where there are often conflicts, so quorum can be hard to make so that there are enough people available to make the decision. And three, both boards make decisions that will affect this year's building season. And so for me, those are three really important factors to go ahead and move forward with this particular appointment and on the next one. And so I appreciate that being flagged, and I hope that we can go ahead and get these passed. Thank you.
So just note that what we have up on the screen isn't accurate, listed as 12D1.
The motion is the correct AM.
Exactly.
12D1 is not the correct
And the
AM.
published laid on the table item that I have has the right item, which is the Urban Design Commission, as opposed to the Historic Preservation Commission. And so we have it accurate in our system. I just want folks to know that what's on the board isn't accurate to what we're...
And what's in your laid on the table packet is correct.
And the item that's in your packet is correct. So, any discussion on this appointee? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 309-2024 has passed the body. Next, we'll take up AM 328-2024, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, Craig Bennett. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 328-2024 has passed the body. So now we roll back up our agenda to item 10A. Item 10A1, AR 2024-128, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Paul D. Rodkis for 16 years of service to the Anchorage community as safety coordinator for the Danyang Port of Alaska. Is there a motion? I guess, Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Salatel. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is adopted. Ms. Brawley, you're reading. Mr. Vaughn, you're presenting. Mr. Rodkis, come on down with your team.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Paul D. Rodkis for 16 years of service to the Anchorage community as safety coordinator for the Danyang Port of Alaska. Whereas Paul Rodkis began working for then Port of Anchorage on February 4th, 2008 as Port Safety Coordinator after 5 years of active duty as a firefighter with the U.S. Air Force and 14 years with the Alaska National Guard as both a firefighter and in the Wing Safety Office. And whereas during Paul's tenure, he served 6 administrations that included Mayors Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, Mayor Dan Sullivan, Mayor Ethan Berkowitz, Acting Mayor Austin Quinn Davidson, and Mayor Dave Bronson. And whereas over his time at the port, he was singularly responsible for re-energizing a languishing safety program and making it a municipality standard, while at the same time initiating all of the following as new port programs: Safe POA Utility Locates, a POA Continuity of Operations Plan, a Port-Wide Safety Manual, Hazardous Communications, a Port-Wide Safety Council, safety plans specifically tailored for cruise ship and military vessel port calls, port-wide marine mammal monitoring and reporting, and not to mention acting as POA safety liaison to APD and AFD, and occasionally subbing in for the municipality safety coordinator. And whereas during his tenure he attended to critical emergency management functions of the municipality, where his excellence in service was offered through training, exercise, and immediate response to emergencies and disasters as part of the Anchorage Emergency Operations Center, EOC, emergency response team, during which he had consistently stepped forward to provide expertise in preparedness, safety, and hands-on leadership guidance for the community during complex disasters such as the 2018 Point McKenzie earthquake and the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas before, during, and after emergencies and disasters, he continuously helped protect the most critical port in Alaska by enhancing safety for operations and management in our community, by supporting and implementing additional steps in all hazard mitigation through education, outreach, advisement, and documentation for future reference of operations and structural improvements to protect the port, leading the way for increasing disaster resilience for the community for decades to come. And whereas throughout his time here, the tenants and stakeholders of Danyang Port of Alaska had come to count on his institutional knowledge, experience, and aptitude to assist them in the successful completion of all their commercial port operations. Whereas we would be remiss if we did not add that thanks to his diligence, leadership, and personal example, when you review the risk management office records for workmen's compensation claims and time off injuries, they bear out that it is safer to work at the port than it is to work at the library. Whereas his coworkers and friends at the port thank him for saving them from broken bones by educating them on how to avoid slips, trips, falls, and in the odd instance, catching things on fire, and if they do, how to extinguish it correctly. And whereas after his many years of dedicated service to all the citizens of Alaska touched by this port, he has chosen to retire on April 30th, 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes, honors, and thanks Paul D. Rodkis for his devoted service of 16 years to the Danyang Port of Alaska, the State of Alaska, the Municipality of Anchorage, the Federal and State Departments of Homeland Security, the United States Coast Guard, and the Department of Defense. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April, 2024.
If you want to say anything, now's your chance. All right. Yeah, if you want, a couple minutes, a minute, if you want to say something. No, you just turned it off. There you go.
Okay, is it on? Okay. It's been absolutely wonderful of the past 16 years. I never thought of it as being work, just because it was always great to go to work. And there was never a dull, typical day at the port. There's a lot of operations going on, and it was just an absolute great work group to work with. You know, you never expect this day to come when you enter service and get hired. And it's just been an honor to work with a lot of the departments within the municipality and being trusted to actually do so and help them and give them guidance. And it's literally been an honor to work for the folks at the port, our stakeholders at the port, and our great citizens in the city of Anchorage and the state. It's a critical piece of infrastructure, and I'm just absolutely proud to have been there and work and serve for everybody. So thank you, and thanks everyone for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have AR 2024-129, it's item 10A2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Nancy Clark for 31 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Braga.
Judge, move to approve. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Mr. Walland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is adopted unanimously. Ms. Braga, you're reading, I believe, Mr. Rivera presenting.
That's correct.
Are you here, Ms. Clerk? Come on down. Welcome.
Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Nancy Clark for her 31 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Nancy Clark began working for the Anchorage Public Library on February 25, 1993, and whereas she served as a librarian in multiple capacities, including Reader's Advisory, Reference Librarian, Sampson Diamond Library Branch Manager, Adult Services Coordinator, Chugach Eagle River Library Branch Manager, and most recently Collection Management Services Coordinator. And whereas in 2018 she oversaw the recovery and reopening of the Chugach Eagle River Library after the earthquake, leading her staff through extensive cleanup efforts and working to restore essential library services to the public. And whereas she provided members of the library profession her expertise in earthquake preparation and recovery by sharing lessons learned in the years following the 2018 earthquake, including multiple guest lectures with graduate library students, disaster planning publications, and other presentations. And whereas she was honored as the Municipality of Anchorage Supervisor of the Year in 2019, and whereas she is an exemplary librarian who is in tune with her community and offers professional reference service and well-curated collections, and is known for her book recommendations, especially in romance genre. And whereas she hosted National Novel Writing Month events and ran well-loved book group Between the Covers, even through the pandemic, and helped to build community around a love of reading and writing. Whereas she believes in participating and serving in her community and was an active member of Alaska Romance Writers of America, Alaska Library Association, and Alaska Sisters in Crime. And whereas her tenacity, curiosity, and intelligence, paired with her sense of humor and devotion to always growing and learning, has gained her the respect of her peers and her admiration of the public she serves. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Nancy Clark for 31 years of dedicated public service to the municipality of Anchorage, the Anchorage Assembly, and the community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April 2024.
Welcome. You want to say a few words? There you go. Pull the mic down. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't have the height of previous speakers. Where to start? I am so honored and privileged to have been able to serve my hometown. I was born and raised here. My grandparents moved to Anchorage in 1952 before statehood, and my family's been here ever since. I didn't know I was going to end up at the public library, but I've built a career out of it, met and worked with amazing people, not just at the library, but elsewhere in the municipality, in city government, and in other branches of government as well, and all the wonderful patrons that we serve. It's been an amazing time, and I'm ready for a break, so I'm retiring. Thank you so much for this honor. I really appreciate it.
Next, we have item 10A3, which is AR 2024-130, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May as Bike Month in Anchorage. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The mayor is requested to be added as a sponsor to this resolution.
Madam Clerk. Thank you. This one was pulled by Mr. Volland. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is adopted. I have Mr. Volland reading, Mr. Presverdia presenting.
Correct.
And I'm not sure who is, the Health Department and the Bike Anchorage Group. Come on down, everyone. Mr. Volland.
Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May as Bike Month in Anchorage. Whereas biking is an economical form of transportation that encourages physical activity, positive mental health, and enjoyment of the municipality of Anchorage's scenic beauty. And whereas throughout May, residents will experience the joys of biking through educational programs, commuting events, and simply getting out and going for a ride. And whereas Bike to Work Day is on May 17th, an annual event with thousands of participants, and whereas the municipality's trail system connects activity-friendly routes to everyday destinations and attracts bicyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bike-friendly community has been shown to improve resident and employee health, well-being, and quality of life, grow our economy, attract tourism dollars, improve traffic safety, congestion and wear and tear on our streets and roads, and reduce vehicle emissions, and improving air quality, thereby improving public health. And whereas local biking organizations, municipality departments, hospitals, businesses, and civic groups will be promoting bicycling during May 2024. And whereas these groups also help promote bicycle tourism to attract more visitors to enjoy our local restaurants, hotels, retail establishments, and cultural and scenic attractions. And whereas the municipality is dedicated to promoting greater public awareness of bike safety education to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize May 2024 as Bike Month in Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April 2024.
Welcome. If someone wants to speak, there's a little green button on the mic. Hit the little green button on the mic. There you go.
Hi, my name is Amy Brown, and I am the environmental health educator at the Anchorage Health Department, and we want to invite the public to enjoy Bike Month with us. We will have a lot of different events happening. We'll be having Bike to School Day. We'll be having a bike rodeo in Muldoon, distributing free bike helmets to everyone who needs one. We'll be having Bike to Work Day on Friday, May 17th. There will be treat stations throughout the municipality. And we'll have some other events, a bike tune-up event, bike safety education events, and yoga for cyclists throughout the month of May. We encourage you to check out bikeanchorage.org to see all those events.
Hi, my name is Alexa Dobson. I'm the Executive Director of Bike Anchorage. We are absolutely thrilled to be presenting programming all throughout May for Bike Month in partnership with the Municipality of Anchorage. In addition to the great events that Amy just described, we are building throughout the month to a very special grand finale on May 30th, where we're going to have the ribbon cutting ceremony for the protected bike lane in downtown Anchorage. So I really hope to see everybody there. I really hope to see a lot of folks get out there and enjoy it, experiment with it, and let us know what you think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Next, we have item 10A4, Resolution AR 2024-131, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day in the Municipality of Anchorage. That item was pulled by Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Right, moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, could I add myself as a co-sponsor?
Sure.
Myself as well, Chair.
Yeah, I think, anyone else? We'll just go ahead and do that. Thank you, everybody. Next, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is adopted. Mr. Rivera is reading, Ms. Brawley is presenting. Welcome. Come on down, folks.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day in the Municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Workers' Memorial Day was first celebrated on April 28th, 1970, at a time when an estimated 38 people died on the job each day in the United States. And whereas today more than 340 workers are killed and more than 6,000 are injured on the job or suffer from an illness due to preventable hazardous working conditions. And whereas Workers' Memorial Day pays tribute to those who have been killed or injured on the job or who have survived life-altering on-the-job injuries and illnesses, as well as their family members and loved ones. And whereas since 1992, 653 Alaskan workers have lost their lives on the job, with 20 losing their lives in workplace incidents in 2022, and 3 Anchorage workers dying in work-related incidents since 2019. And whereas we recognize the individual contributions of workers who have built and sustained our city's prosperity while acknowledging their sacrifices, commitment, and fortitude. And whereas as we commemorate the lives lost in workplace accidents, illness resulting from exposure to hazardous substances, and injuries caused by unsafe working conditions, we reaffirm our commitment to advocating for safe, secure working environments in the public and private sectors. And whereas the community is encouraged to observe Workers' Memorial Day on April 28th, a date commemorating the anniversary of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, a landmark legislation aimed at safeguarding the well-being of workers. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Workers' Memorial Day, a day dedicated to honoring the memory of those who have been injured or tragically lost their lives in work-related incidents, and the continuing effort to improve workplace safety. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April 2024.
Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for bringing this resolution for us this year. We celebrate April 28th in a form of celebration, a solemn celebration for the lives lost on the job. Today, 4 people perished in a plane crash in Fairbanks. One of those people at least was at work, the pilot. It could be that everybody on that plane was at work because this was a commercial plane that crashed today. Alaska remains a very dangerous place to go to work. I am really pleased to be on the same agenda with Mr. Rotkiss, who worked so hard to keep the Port of Alaska safe for 16 years. That kind of attention to detail, safety on the job, is what we're all about, and I'm just pleased that he was able to keep his coworkers safe for 16 years in a very dangerous work site. Thank you for doing this, and on Sunday, just think about those 4 people on that plane today, and let's, fingers crossed, we don't lose any more Alaskans at work this year. Thank you very much.
Next, we have item 10A6. 10A6, Resolution AR 2024-136, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Great Alaska Council Boy Scouts of America Eagle Scout Class of 2023. This item was pulled by Ms. Bronga, and so Ms. Bronga, you have the floor.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is adopted. Ms. Bronga.
I'm either too slow or too fast.
Takes a while.
I'll get it right eventually. All right. Thank you for being here. Whereas the Great Alaska Council Boy Scouts of America serves as a youth development program for young men and women whose mission is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral decisions over their lifetimes by instilling in them the values of Scout Oath of Law. And whereas 24 young men and women achieved the rank of Eagle Scout in the Great Alaska Council Boy Scouts of America within the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas these young men and women, through years of involvement, learned developed outdoor leadership, personal skills through earning progressing ranks, STEM awards, outdoor awards, as well as participating in camping programs, service projects, and earning 21 merit badges focused on advanced skills such as camping, cooking, citizenship, financial literacy, and environmental stewardship. And whereas 5,525 community service hours were completed through these individual Eagle Scout projects throughout the municipality of Anchorage. These projects are the culmination of years of dedicated experience in developing skills to lead other Scouts, peers, and adult volunteers in fundraising and completing projects that better their communities. And whereas these young men and women have shown skill and leadership in their troops, amongst their peers, and in their communities. Their time in scouting and the journey taken to reach Eagle Scout has shaped these young people to become better prepared as citizens, employees, employers, parents, and community leaders. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes the Eagle Scout Class of 23 for their outstanding service to the municipality of Anchorage and its communities through their participation in the scouting program through the Great Alaska Council, BSA, and through their dedicated service throughout their Eagle Scout journey, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April 2024.
Now, I understand one of you might not be able to speak tonight, but I would like to ask one quick question. You can come to the mic and give us any thoughts about what this means, but I understand you had to earn a citizenship badge, and I'd love to hear what you did to earn that.
That is correct. There is a citizenship badge. In fact, there's multiple. There's citizenship in the community, citizenship in the nation, citizenship in the world, and citizenship in society. All 4 of these culminate to the citizenship portion of earning the Eagle Scout badge, and each one has different requirements like community. Main focus is on life in the community, like you learn more about the school board, and essentially that's the main purpose, about getting better involvement with your community.
And we'd like to ask folks for their name for the record. You don't have to give us your last name because you're young.
My name's Ryan Shepard.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think you can talk, can you? Can you? You got a microphone.
Sawyer Cop.
All right. And what did you do for your citizenship badge?
Well, we both had to fill out the same requirements and learn all the same things.
And then there's one more, right? Oh, it's just you two? Okay, not the third back. Okay. Well, thank you for your civic participation. We're glad to celebrate you tonight, and congratulations.
To make a few.
Sure. Go ahead. You just turned it off again.
Stuff
There you
off.
go.
Some people like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you only see 2 young people here. We had 24 Eagle Scouts in the Anchorage Bowl. And I wonder if you are questioning, where are they? So I'm going to tell you where they are. Some of them are in college. Some of them have joined the armed services. Some of them are working. And some of them are missions. So I know that you all are trying to get youth to stay here. But the realization that when kids grow up, they move on in many, many different ways. And so these young people who will be future leaders in wherever they are becoming very educated, working for the country, working for their churches, or working for themselves and their families. So I respect all of you and thank you for your time and efforts honoring these young people.
Thank you, Ms. Stoner. All right, next we have on the agenda item 10A7 AR 2024-138, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2nd, 2024 as the National Day of Prayer. This one was pulled by Mr. Volland. Mr. Volland, go ahead.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is adopted. Mr. Myers is reading, Mr. Volland is presenting, and I believe Pastor May is here. Come on down.
A resolution by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2nd, 2024 as the National Day of Prayer and designating May 2nd as the Municipality of Anchorage Day of Prayer. Whereas the National Day of Prayer is an annual observance day when Americans are encouraged to give thanks, meditate peacefully, or take time out of the day to visit their church, synagogue, temple, shrine, in nature, or mosque, and to pray according to one's personal practice. And whereas every year the National Day of Prayer calls on millions of Americans of different faiths across the U.S. to be unified in public prayer and to pray for a nation and its leaders. And whereas the National Day of Prayer was established by a joint resolution in Congress in 1952, signed by President Truman, then amended in 1988 to permanently set the first Thursday in May as National Day of Prayer, signed by President Reagan and having been proclaimed by the President every year since. And whereas the National Day of Prayer belongs to all Americans and every American can observe in their own way, expressing unity, love, and respect for each other. And whereas in Anchorage, many individuals, institutions, and religious groups pray for Anchorage daily and will celebrate the National Day of Prayer. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes May 2nd, 2024 as the Municipal Day of Prayer and the National Day of Prayer and encourages people of the municipality of Anchorage to join their community and express thanks and pray for their community, leaders, and nation. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April, 2024.
Pastor May, you have the floor. No, that green button. There you go. You're good.
All right, I think I have it. Chair Constant and to the Assembly and certainly the administrative branch as well, Mayor included, and to each of you present on this evening. I am so amazed at all of the folk who are standing with me in recognition of a National Day of Prayer, but it is my signal honor to receive this resolution for a National Day of Prayer on May 2nd throughout our nation and certainly throughout our municipality. I'm sure all of us are very aware that our nation, not just our nation, our state, our city, and even the world needs prayer. Needs prayer, and I'm assuming that because of all of the co-signers on this resolution that there are some folk among us who believe in the power of prayer. No disparagement or disrespect to anybody's modus operandi for how they handle prayer and what's considered quote-unquote the powers that be, but I believe that prayer is the believers or the Christians' vital or necessary breath. It's the inbreathing and exhaling of the nature and existence of God. It's the modus operandi that the one true God, Jehovah God, Almighty God, has given us to communicate with him. And with that, I believe that prayer does change things. Prayer makes things better for all people. I believe that prayer is made to the one true God. I believe that prayer is made to a God who is omnipresent. He's present everywhere. There's nowhere that he is not. He is omniscient. He knows everything. He is omnipotent. He's all powerful. There's nothing that he cannot do. He's the architect of our universe, the creator, the sustainer, the preserver. And I believe that's who we're making prayer to. And I don't believe that anybody should pray if they don't believe that they're being heard. I don't believe anybody should pray if they don't believe in the power present to help us one and all. The God who says, come boldly to the throne of grace that we might find mercy and help in a time of need. And certainly we need God's help in this day and time in which we live. God bless you one and all.
All right, next, a big one, 10A8, Resolution AR 2024-139, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chief of Police Michael Curl for his service to the citizens of Anchorage, his dedication as a public servant, and his leadership of the Anchorage Police Department. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is adopted. Ms. Brawley will be reading. Ms. Zalatel will be presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chief of Police Michael Curl for his service to the citizens of Anchorage, his dedication as a public servant, and his leadership of the Anchorage Police Department. Whereas Michael Curl joined the Anchorage Police Department in 1996 as a recruit in Academy 96-2, hit the streets in 1997, served as a patrol officer, field training officer, patrol sergeant, lieutenant of special operations in the Crime Suppression Division, captain, and deputy chief before being promoted to chief in February 2022, and is retiring as chief of police after a distinguished career spanning 27 years and having fulfilled his boyhood dream of becoming a police officer. Whereas, prior to joining the Anchorage Police Department, Chief Curl served the United States as a commissioned officer and helicopter pilot in the United States Army, serving in Korea, Washington, D.C., Hawaii, and on numerous deployments throughout the world, leaving service as a major. And whereas Chief Curl has a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of the State of New York and is a graduate of the Police Executive Leadership Graduate Program and the Administrative Officers course from the Southern Police Institute at the University of Louisville, the FBI Hazardous Devices Executive Management School, and the SWAT Commander School. And whereas Chief Curl has never taken a day of sick leave during his 27-year career at the Anchorage Police Department, and whereas, being from Massachusetts, Chief Curl has a wicked and well-known sense of humor and always has a joke at the ready, having recently informed friends and coworkers that he tried to watch the solar eclipse through a colander, but only succeeded in straining his eyes. And whereas today, April 23rd, 2024, is the 30th anniversary of Chief Curl's wedding to his wife, Grace, and whereas Chief Curl is a dedicated professional who has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism and has devoted his adult life to public service, and whereas, like the man who will be evaporated, he will be missed immensely. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Michael Curl for his years of dedicated service to the Anchorage Police Department, the municipality of Anchorage, and the citizens of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April, 2024.
All right, my last assembly meeting. It feels good. So 28 years ago, I was in the process of applying for the police department. I never thought I'd be here, and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for a lot of people. As chief, I want to thank the mayor and the administration. I was going to retire over 2 years ago. He kept me here, and I'll tell you, the last 2 years have been entertaining and exciting, I'll tell you that. I want to thank the assembly. Without you guys, I mean, the monetary support you give the police department, you're always there. You believe in public safety, money for training, the money for vehicles. We need a lot more money for vehicles, by the way, a lot more. So keep it coming. Just the budget money, you support us, you've shown that you support the police department, and I really appreciate that. To the citizens of Anchorage, the few that are here and the millions that are watching on the TV right now or YouTube, continue to support. The officers really appreciate the support of the citizens, and we couldn't do our job without you. Just a hello, thank you for your service. It serves itself immensely and makes the officers want to continue to serve this fantastic city of Anchorage. To the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department, I wouldn't be here without them. It's like a big family. I have a family of over 600 people because of the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department. Thank you for the support, and I love every single one of you guys. Unfortunately, the main reason I'm here, the backbone of myself is my wife. Today is my 30th wedding anniversary. Even though my wife couldn't make it, her mom passed away recently. She had to fly to the Philippines to be at the funeral. When she watched this on YouTube, I guarantee you, Grace, this is the last time I'll work during our anniversary. And with that, over 30 years, we've had a lot of dreams, and my one goal for the rest of my life with my wife is to make our dreams become memories. And with that, thank you all very much.
All right, next we have item 10A9. 10A9 is Resolution AR 2024-140, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Ross Knopfsinger for his 27 years of public service and for his major contributions to the betterment of building safety within the municipality of Anchorage. This item was pulled by Ms. Zalato.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalato.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Walland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is adopted. Ms. Zalato will be reading. Mr. Myers, present.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Ross Knopfsinger for his 27 years of public service and for his major contributions to the betterment of building safety within the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Ross Knopfsinger began his career with the municipality in 1997 as a structural plan review engineer. And whereas Ross's engineering expertise and leadership skills quickly propelled him into management, overseeing all aspects of building safety and on-site water and wastewater plan review. Through his multidisciplinary proficiency with all aspects of vertical construction and his ability to manage complex projects, Ross became recognized as the municipal authority for interpreting the adopted building codes that ensure life and safety. And whereas, in addition to his duties as engineering manager and cultivating a department of dedicated professionals, when asked, Ross agreed to serve as the acting building official for extended periods of time through several administrations, working alongside the development community to promote robust but safe development in the municipality. And whereas Ross oversaw multiple code updates and developed numerous policies and procedures that now make up many of the standard business practices of the Development Services Department. And whereas Ross's insistence on professionalism throughout his career with Development Services cultivated a department of dedicated professionals focused on providing excellent plan review, permitting, and inspection services to the residents of the municipality, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Ross Knopfsinger for his years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage and the residents of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of April 2024.
Welcome, Mr. Knopfsinger. The mic is off. There you go.
The green tape. Well, thanks, everyone. I guess I would really, when I started with the Muni, Rick Mystrom was mayor. So I worked under Mystrom, Bagage, Wirch, all down the line. It's been a great experience. I've learned a lot. I really believe in what the department does, the benefit that building code enforcement offers to the citizens of Anchorage. It's not just a safety issue, it's an economic resilience issue. You know, the better our buildings can withstand earthquakes and windstorms and whatnot, the better the community does. So, and I would really like to thank all the coworkers I've worked with all the years. The building department is a big department. I've worked with a lot of people, the inspectors, the plan reviewers, the permit techs, the admin staff. You know, just lately, last 2 winters, we've gone through this collapsing building problem. And I have 3 structural plan review engineers that I lean on heavily, that they really don't get the credit that they deserve for their technical ability and the problems that they solve and our ability to figure out what's going on in the community with these buildings and whatnot. And likewise for inspectors and all the benefits that the department and the staff offers to the municipality. So again, thank you everyone.
And we have made it through recognition resolutions. Next, we have item 10D1. 10D1 was AM 369-2024 Watershed and Natural Resource Advisory Commission. This item was pulled by Samantha Simpson. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
Motion to postpone to July 16, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. As was discussed in our prior regular meeting, there was a motion to basically postpone all board and commission appointments. And tonight we took action to rescind and then take up 2 items for, or 2 individuals for boards that are adjudicatory boards. The Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Commission is an advisory board, and so this is consistent with our prior action on April 9th, and I intend to make the same motion for the next item. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to present again the administration's position. We don't believe in the postponements. This particular appointment is a fantastic appointment. This is a biology scientist who's dealt with both fisheries and with oil spills, and would be a great addition to this advisory board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Mr. Byrd. Mr. Myers.
I just want to, I'm not going to support the motion to postpone. I think we're playing politics here. I'm frustrated by this because how are we going to get good people to continue to apply for boards and commissions when we keep postponing them? It's hard enough to get people to serve on these boards, and then when we keep moving them out month after month, I think it's frustrating for the general public and frustrating for the other people that sit on the boards that maybe don't have enough people to meet because they don't have a quorum. So I will not be in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Ms. Branca.
I agree with Mr. Myers. I, quite frankly, was fairly embarrassed by the action we took last meeting to postpone the individuals, one of which had reached out to me and told me he was sitting in the audience, and I just find that embarrassing. He was a very highly qualified young man, the kind of young man we want to keep in Alaska, that we keep talking about, we want to support, and just to set it aside to later when even though we said there's nothing to do with their qualifications, it has a bad optics, and I won't support postponing this person either.
Thank you. No one else in the queue? Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone. On a vote of 6-5, the motion to postpone has failed.
Move to approve.
Mr. Myers has moved to approve.
Second.
Ms. Branca has seconded. Any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2, that has been approved. Next, we have item 10D2, AM 370-2024, Public Naming Commission, Richard Whitney.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Myers.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Ms. Brawley.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th. Second.
So there's a motion to postpone by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Just stating the same reasons as I did before. Thanks.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you who don't know Richard Whitney, who works in the mayor's office, I just want to again say that he was instrumental in going through the Don Young Port of Alaska naming panel when we had the previous regime of naming. So he's familiar with that. He's been an excellent asset. He's been commended by people in the Ombudsman's office, as well as members of the Assembly when it comes to dealing with boards and commissions. He also worked with Member Perez Verdia when it came to trying to find candidates for this new commission that the Assembly put into code. I just want to make my own plug and say that he's born and raised Anchorage. He graduated from Bartlett High School, went to UAA. He is somebody who lives, breathes, and drinks Anchorage, and I think he'd be a great person to help carry forward, I think, what this body and the administration both have in mind for this naming commission going forward. So the administration supports this nominee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, I understand that there was not the will to postpone the prior item, but I'm curious, as one of the sponsors on the creation of the Public Naming Commission, we put very specific qualifications for who would make up the commission, and I'll just read them briefly. There was, number one, a member with a background in history, anthropology, or archaeology, and sort of based on Mr. Whitney's resume, I'm wondering if maybe that's the slot for him. Number two would be a member who is an Alaska Native cultural advisor. Number three, a person recommended by the native village of Eklutna. Number four, someone with expertise in historic preservation. My understanding, but I could be corrected, it was that at our last meeting, when we approved Christine Bonnell, that would be sort of the category that she would fit due to her involvement in the Historic Preservation Commission for, I believe it was 12 years. Number five, a member with expertise in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then finally, four community at large members who would reside in different areas or neighborhoods of Anchorage. So I guess a question for the administration would be, which category do they want to put Mr. Whitney in for? And I think what would be helpful going forward, and why I would actually prefer to postpone this item, I think it might be helpful when these ones come forward, if there's a way to identify, at least in the memo, if not the actual resolution, which member category is looking to be filled. So first, my question for the administration, and maybe, I guess, for Mr. Byrd, is Mr. Whitney meant to fulfill the qualification with a background in history, or is he meant to be one of the four community members at large, or one of the other categories?
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Voland, my understanding is that Mr. Whitney was seeking the at-large position for East Side, and that he's lived fairly close to Muldoon Road, I think, since the time he was born. They ended up going to Bartlett. So that was the administration's position, but I think he'd probably also be good for the history position. I think either one, but we'd prefer the at-large East Side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful, and sort of not what I was thinking. So yeah, thank you for the answer. Appreciate that. Appreciate Mr. Whitney wanting to join this commission. Appreciate his background in involvement with various commissions. But I think what I would like to do is to postpone this to the meeting of July 16th with an encouragement to the administration to identify which category is intended, just so we make sure when we are confirming these that each of those qualifications is being met. So I will make that motion now to postpone to the meeting of July 16th. Oh, it is.
Oh.
This one here? I thought this was a new thing coming forward.
That's the motion on the floor.
Oh, it is. Oh, Anna already moved that. Okay. Oh, so then I will support Anna's motion. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Specifically with regard to appointments for the Public Naming Commission, Mr. Voland really raised the issue is if there are selected seats, we need to make sure that the seat selected is indicated, particularly for the public notice provision of it. Because just saying today on the dais that Mr. Whitney should fill the east side seat, well, maybe someone else on the east side has thoughts about that. I don't know. Or that it's the historic seat. Someone may have thoughts about that. And that notice, this was just an appointment. It didn't designate the seat. So I think that it would need to be postponed. Even if not out to July 16th, which I support, simply to start indicating which seats so that the public is adequately noticed and can provide a comment. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do not support the motion to postpone to the meeting of July 16th because I don't need postponement to know how I'm going to be voting on this eventual appointment. So whether it's today or July 16th, I will be voting no on this appointment to the Public Naming Commission. That said, if we don't postpone, then I think it would be in order for us to do an amendment, and I'll probably put myself back in the queue. I think it would probably just be a simple fix of, on the memo itself, line 8, just put a comma at large, just to designate what seat this individual is being put forward, nominated for. That said, I will encourage a no vote on this motion and on the eventual motion to approve. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
I don't think we need to belabor this. I'm going to be no vote on postponement for the same reasons stated before. Again, I think we just need to accept the people who are willing to volunteer their time. Keep in mind they're volunteering their time to sit on these boards and commissions. So I move the question.
So there's a motion to call the question. I don't hear a second.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made by Mr. Myers, seconded by Ms. Bronga. This motion requires an 8-vote majority. On a vote of 4 to 7, the question is not called. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little torn because of what one of the members just said. We worked very hard on really thinking about this committee and especially who was initially on the committee as an inaugural group of people that would help to shape this committee. And at this point, I'm a no vote for appointing him because I don't see the qualifications that I would hope to see for someone on this board. I'm willing to postpone and explore that more, but until I get more information, I don't believe that this is a good fit for this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I have the opposite hat on. I'm fine postponing because, to be consistent, there is a conversation going on about how we're going to approach these and arguments about who is willing to serve. It's not so much that, it's who's willing to make it through the screening of the appointment process. That's what really has been the barrier for a number of these seats, not lacking people interested. But that said, I personally would support Mr. Whitney for this position once we identify that it is out at large, because I think that he has done, of all the folks we've had dealings with over the last couple of years, he's really worked hard with our team to square up and make accurate all of the boards and commissions and all of the work. And I personally see the mission of naming and can see this as a valid reward for that work, which isn't necessarily why we would appoint someone, but to me, that's a valid reason. So whichever way the vote comes, I would support him in this position, and just to say thank you for bringing some sanity to a project that was long deferred. But also now in hearing that there are 4 at-large seats and we have 6 districts, I feel like we might have a disconnect in the actual structure of the commission, because when I think one from East Anchorage, then I'm thinking, well, who gets one next, and then who doesn't get one? And so there's a broader question afoot, but that's for another day. Mr. President.
Thank you. I just wanted to really be clear, I guess. I actually would encourage my colleagues to vote for it to be postponed. I think that this, along with the other nominations, needs to be considered carefully, and so I'll be voting to postpone. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess just one layer here that I want to add is this is the creation of a new commission, and really what the sponsors were envisioning is that these folks are part of this inaugural makeup of this commission would really be responsible for crafting the direction of the commission going forward and creating a work plan that could identify locations that need to be named. And so, yeah, I guess I just want to make sure, I appreciate that people want to volunteer, and that's wonderful, but I also want to make sure that the people that I confirm, I feel are going to make a good contribution to any board or commission. And so, yeah, I guess I just want to add that extra layer on there, because I think it's really important that whoever fills this board, they are capable of collaborating with others and can really create a new direction for how we name our public places in Anchorage. Thank you.
And anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The question is, shall we postpone to 7:16? On a vote of 6 to 5, the motion to postpone has failed. Now there's no motion on the floor.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Myers, seconded by
Second?
Ms. Bronga. Any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. Oh, were you trying to get in the queue? Hold on, folks, I'm sorry. I saw him moving, but nothing lit up. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to make a motion to amend, I think following the suggestion by Member Rivera, I would have moved to amend line 8 after seat 9 to insert a comma and say member at large.
Can we also add East Anchorage?
Member at large for East Anchorage.
Mr. Johnson, so has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Bronga. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you. So on the amendment, so the way that the code was written, I'll just read the particular section in code around the qualifications of the commissioners. For community at-large members residing in different areas and neighborhoods in the municipality. So I don't think there was any envisioning from the sponsors, and it's not in the language, that it was 4 members representing 4 different districts, but rather 4 different neighborhoods. So if the mover is amenable without having to do an amendment to the amendment, I would suggest that there would be, rather than East Anchorage, it would just be a parenthetical Muldoon, because I believe, as I heard from the administration, that is the residence of this individual.
Yeah, I think I'd support that change.
So the mover has amended. The seconder on that one was?
Ms. Bronga, I think.
Ms. Bronga. Any objection? Oh. Okay, so the motion is amended. It's Muldoon. Yeah, it's just important that we have a neighborhood there so it's clear, if we're going to make for clarity. Now we have a whole bunch of people in the queue. Is it on the amendment? So, on the amendment? Yep. Mr. Volland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Rivera beat me to the punch. Yeah, the language in the code is areas or neighborhoods. You know, I could foresee having someone, for instance, from the hillside and someone from Girdwood be members at large and both bringing very different perspectives. And so I do like having it just in parentheses, just so we can identify generally what neighborhood, but it was not meant to be divvied up by district. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Yeah, this is another reason why this really should be postponed. We need to be really careful about how we're doing this because it's going to set a tone for the rest of the appointments. And so when we begin to start to designate these in a particular way, it's going to start to set the tone for how others are designated. And so, as, again, one of the sponsors of this, you know, the idea is to have people who live in a variety of different areas of Anchorage who can bring that perspective. And so how we designate them, or whether we designate them, whether they're simply an at-large member, but we know where they're from or where they live, and we look as a way to look at future ones that are nominated. These are things that I think we need to be thinking about a little bit. So again, I would highly encourage, I know this is the amendment, that we not designate this as Muldoon, because it will then set the tone for how we designate the rest of them. I would prefer that it is just an at-large member, and that when we appoint future people, we look at the existing list of who's on, and then make a determination whether that person is living in a different area or not. Being sort of designated, whether they're neighborhoods or their districts, sets a tone for what we would do in the future. So that concerns me. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. What Mr. Perez-Verdia said, it's really starting to set an odd tone. We went from, well, Mr. Whitney could be in a variety of seats to now he's being picked for at-large. Again, we didn't notice that to the public, and we've now decided that he is the representative for the area of Muldoon without maybe asking the Muldoon neighborhood, whatever that means, what they think about that. So at this point, I'm going to vote against the amendment, and I'm also going to vote against the appointment. I think it needs to be better thought out. The naming commission, this revamped naming commission, is a big deal, and I think we need to be really thoughtful, or we're just going to wind up back in the same position we were. That was the impetus for creating the new naming commission. So I actually am surprised to see at-large seats come before some of the other more designated seats in the ordinance, because I think those would possibly have helped round out where those at-large seats might come from. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just, kind of echoing what Member Zalatel said, you know, when we're talking about designating, I appreciate the narrowing down from East Side to Muldoon, but it also just made me wonder, does that preclude anyone else who lives in the Muldoon area from being seated to this commission? And that does seem problematic to me, given the diversity of that neighborhood, and as Member Zalatel said, I don't believe this. You know, and it's tricky because there is no defined public process by which to collect nominations other than members of the public or other people encouraging people to apply. So we don't really have visibility on you know, what the overall consideration for other members has been. So that is an issue to me, and I am concerned about whether this precludes others from that community being seated, regardless of which position they qualify for, the way that it's written. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
I'm inclined to pop the other direction. I feel like Muldoon got too laser focused, that East Anchorage is probably more appropriate in my mind, especially because if there's only 4 out large, you know, are we going to do Airport Heights next? Are we going to do Bayshore? I think, you know, in general, an area of town to me sounds better, but I'll defer to the rest of the body.
So, I myself. in the
Mr.
queue.
Constant.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting conversation. We could have 4, well, I'll just keep it real straightforward to the process. If we don't designate it in the document itself, then it will be lost to the memory hole. And then administrations going forward will make appointments that they have no knowledge about this small requirement, and it's not in the records to go back and find, and thus it becomes not really a thing until somebody says, hey, wait a minute, we got an issue, but then it's too late because we've made all these appointments. And so for my part, the clearer record we create, the better, whichever way we go, rather than leaving it off altogether. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, this is certainly an interesting esoteric conversation that we are having here regarding this appointment. I guess for me, it always goes back to the language in code, and so I'll just read the language in code one more time. So the language in code specifies 5 different very specific positions. A member with background in history, anthropology, or archaeology is 1. Second, Alaska Native Cultural Advisor with knowledge of local indigenous history and culture. Third, a person recommended by the Native Village of Klutna. 4th, a member with expertise in historic preservation. 5th, a member with experience in diversity, equity, and inclusion work. I think you will notice in my description of all of those, there is no weight given to districts or different areas or neighborhoods. If all 5 of those positions had qualified experts that came from one district, then so be it. That does not concern me. I think the reason that we decided to put 4 community, and the last qualifications, 4 community at-large members residing in different areas and neighborhoods in the municipality. So nowhere in here does it say that they are representing Muldoon. That's not what the code envisions. It just envisions that we are going to have folks who have different perspectives in different parts of the municipality, so that when they're looking at naming things, it's not just one particular part of the municipality that is maybe the focus of that commission. So it allows, I think, for a variety of diverse perspectives in terms of geography. So I think that was the rationale, not that anyone's representing Muldoon. I don't think Mr. Whitney would represent Muldoon on this commission. Rather, he would be residing in Muldoon, and that would be the perspective that he brings forward. Thank you.
Mr. Wallen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Member Rivera keeps beating me to the punch. Yeah, I don't think we were ever contemplating that somebody would be speaking on behalf of a certain neighborhood or area of town, just that we wanted to capture different local knowledge. You know, somebody might be more familiar with places that maybe are in need of naming on the east side. You know, maybe that's where they know where the little pocket parks are, et cetera. Other, you know, I think reasons that we didn't want to add more members at large is just because we want the board to be able to meet quorum. I guess we wanted to really consider how we weighted some of the other positions that have very specific qualifications with just general participation and input from the community. And so that's why we settled on 4. And I think there's a danger of a board or commission getting too large to be able to effectively do their business. So, yeah, with that, I mean, this has been a great conversation. I think this would have been a fantastic conversation perhaps to have in a work session had the item been postponed, but that's okay. You never know how the body's going to go. I actually think my preference, in light of all this conversation, I would say would just to have it be designated at large and not with language that describes. I think in the code that Mr. Rivera just read, the policy directive to the administration is when you make these appointments, look to capture different parts of Anchorage. And then we will do our job and decide whether or not we want to confirm that person. And so, yeah, I think for me, I would rather leave it non-specific and just have it member at large. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do not intend to complicate matters for the body, but I just want to point out that Mr. Whitney, if the body is contemplating him being the history member rather than the at-large, we would not oppose that. And I think it's germane to point out that he does have a continuing relationship with UAA. He was just at a UAA event this past weekend and was speaking with Dr. Kelly, who served on the ethics board for 2 decades. So to the extent that helps the body, it's offered by the administration.
No one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. The amendment is member at large Muldoon. On a vote of 5 to 6, the amendment has failed. Now we have the main motion before us. Mr. President.
Yeah, just want to encourage my colleagues to vote no on this appointment. I think that once we come back and have some time to review many of the appointments, if this gentleman wants to continue to pursue this, I think that would be an option. But at this point, I don't think it's a good idea. I think we need to vote no on this and move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can tell me if this is not in order, but I think what I would like to do before we get to this main motion, because I'm not sure how it's going to go, is to take another crack at amending and just add on line 8, at large, with no location signifier. So seat 9, comma, at large.
Second.
Amendment has been moved by Mr. Volland. Was that second by Mr. Presverdia? Any discussion? You have that motion?
Yeah, if I could speak to it. I do think it's important to know which seat it is we're trying to fill, because there's very specific seats. Don't necessarily think that we need a location signifier. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not going to complicate things by attempting to do an amendment to the amendment. But I'll go ahead and support this amendment. But I will say, and I think this echoes a little bit of what the chair was saying, these AMs are where the historical record lies. Otherwise, you're having to listen to hours and hours and hours of assembly meetings to try to figure out who was appointed to what seat and all of those things. But if this is the will of the body to just do at large and not signify neighborhood, then so be it.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. And just a note on the one person who spent hours and hours reviewing all of these records, other than our own staff, was Mr. Whitney. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2, the amendment has passed. We now have the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 6-5, the motion has failed to pass. Now we have item 10E1 before us. (10E1) is AR 2024-135, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $370,000 of Sullivan Arena Capital Reserve account revenues within the area-wide general capital improvement projects Fund 401-800 for capital improvements at the Sullivan Arena. Mr. Volland.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Motion to postpone
Second.
indefinitely by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had some questions when I saw this item, because I remember that we had a robust discussion when we approved the operating agreement for the hockey rinks. We wanted detail about what was the municipality's obligation to pay for, and then what was the operator's obligation to pay for to enhance their events. And questions that I have about this item, when I look at this, there was a general amount provided for two expenses. And so I think it would be helpful for the assembly to have the breakdown of how much for which item, how much for the heat exchanger, which to me is, okay, that's an integral part of the building, that is a needed capital expense, versus how much is for the purchase the house divider curtains, which I think are maybe a nice to have. They can sort of block off part of the upper seating and make it look more attractive when there's smaller events, and an opportunity to put ads up on the curtains, right? So people can buy ad space, or you could promote upcoming events. Questions I think remain about what type of ad revenue those could generate, and how much of those are of a benefit to the operator, and how much of those are of a benefit to the municipality, and how are we using public dollars wisely in that regard. And There's also issues, and I think maybe the chair will have some comments on this later, but when we looked at the capital improvement budget, that item, which is, I believe, the larger expense, those house divider curtains were not on the programmed capital improvement budget. And so why did this get moved forward in terms of prioritization among other needed capital expenses is, I think, a question worth diving into. And then, I guess lastly, how much, when we look at 370,000, how much over the lifespan of this operating agreement are we expecting to make? How much revenue is the municipality expected to make out of this agreement, and will it cover this expense among others? So with that, I think there was more questions than answers for me when I looked at this appropriation resolution and the accompanying memorandum. And so for that reason, I'd like to take a little more time with it. I would like to encourage the administration certainly to bring back as a standalone the item on the heat exchanger, because I think it's of a lesser amount and more clear to me that would be an obligation of the municipality rather than the operator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I support postponement. I did reach out to Mr. Thurn and Renee Stewart and also to Sharon Lechner to ask them questions. OMB Director, our CFO, and Renee deals with civic ventures in a lot of our facilities. So, because I had similar questions. And then I also am aware there's some maybe technical edits that could be made to this. And, one option is to do them tonight on the floor. Another is to bring it back as a new item. And so I would support postponement. I don't have heartburn with with those curtains, but I also had questions how this interacted with the operating agreement. I had most of my questions answered, but as I said, I think there's some improvements that could be made. So just to say, if we postpone this indefinitely, it can be brought back as a new item, it would have a new number, and then it can have those corrections made without needing procedural action on the floor. So I would encourage for that reason as well. Thanks.
Ms. Salato.
Thank you. I support postponement. One of the reasons is there is a capital improvement plan for the Sullivan Arena, and this doesn't bring any amendment to tell us how this fits in the plan overall. Does this mean that it increases the total amount spent under the capital improvement plan, or does it push other projects currently slated for the Sullivan Arena? So I think it's missing an essential piece, like a CIP amendment. Thanks. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I shared some concerns with this. I asked myself, I went back and reviewed this stunning agreement that they received for 7 years in which they're supposed to take on investments in maintenance and upgrades that are not capital in nature, not substantive to the building. And so the question certainly came, is this giant curtain that they'll add revenue off of a capital improvement to the project or not? And so I turned to the capital improvement plan, which I provided members just as a printout for you all to see the CIP list for all 3 of the ICE facilities that are under the operating agreement. And there are millions and millions of dollars of deferred maintenance projects that are actually programmed on the list, but none of them were this curtain. So if the curtain is in fact capital, it should be listed on the plan. If it's not capital, it's probably the expense of the operator. Now, we looked closely at the agreement, and they proposed their 5% net or gross payment that they would make to the municipality over 5 years would be roughly $250,000 of the total contribution. And so in the AM, it suggested, or AR, in the document, it suggested that it would be paid back essentially by increases of revenue under that 5%. But what kind of increase of revenue would we have to generate to more than double what they had in their budget for revenues under that 5%? And so that raised a number of questions. So then the question that really hit home for me was, is this the highest and best use of the money that's available in the capital improvement fund that comes forward from the previous operator and their 5% that went into this fund? Now, if you look at the CIP and the 2024 approved general government capital budget, all of the deferred maintenance programs are in the magic money category. State, please give us a capital grant. And none of them are programmed for actual improvements or repairs or restoration. So we have things like that within the financial scope include upgrading the security and camera systems that will include the parking lot and radios, upgrading building automation controls, replacing interior doors and locking systems, exterior sidewalk repairs, repainting the exterior, LED lighting upgrades, which will actually save money in the long run, regular lighting upgrades, and these are all programmed over the next 5 years. Replace exterior administration stairway, replace parking lot equipment, etc. You have the document, renovation of box office. So the question really becomes, is this the highest and best use? I did ask the CFO for how much money is in that account, and it's roughly $400,000. And so it's a highly limited pool of money that's maybe going to see an additional $250,000 if all the financials of the pro forma hit their mark relating to the agreement that's been signed over the next 5 years. And so I don't know that this is the best investment of our treasure, limited treasure, in repairing the Sullivan Arena. And so I too support the postponement. I believe it's fine if the administration, I would have supported an amendment that divided out the heat exchanger, because to me that's clearly a capital expense. Sounds like it's a fairly important one, even though it's not on the plan. But that said, bringing it back with a more thoughtful approach that tells us why it makes a business case to spend the limited money in those limited fund pools for this need relative to all of those others is an essential ingredient to getting to yes for me. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 1, AR 2024-135 has been postponed indefinitely for now. And that brings us to our regularly scheduled dinner break. We'll be back in just a little bit. Approving an amendment to the 2024 capital improvement budget of the Anchorage Community Development Authority and appropriating $215,796 from the ACDA General Fund balance to purchase lots 4 and 5, Block 3, Smith Subdivision, number 1, 202 and 204 East Fireweed Lane, and to purchase 2 fourplexes from J. Barrett for the Attainable Housing Project. So there is no motion pending on this item. I believe we have a work session scheduled for this coming up soon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's scheduled for the 3rd of May.
So Ms. Zalato.
I move to postpone to the meeting of May 7th.
Second.
All right, move to postpone to May 7 by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
That'll give them a chance to present their plan to us, and then we can take the item up. Thanks.
All right, any further discussion? Motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, that item has been, AR 2024-112 has been postponed to the meeting of May 7. Next, we have item 11B, AO 2024-22, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R3 Mixed Residential District to R4A Multifamily Residential Mixed Use District within Cook Subdivision Tract B. Public hearing was closed 3/5/2024. Action postponed from 3/5 and 4/9. There's a motion to approve. Second, made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera on the floor. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had the work session on this, and I understand there's an amendment, which I'm looking forward to being moved here shortly. But there's a couple of things I wanted to say about this to really set the tone. So this is the old Federal Archives site. For me, this is a seminal plot of land in Midtown. It's an identity-defining type of piece of land. It's located next to the library, next to Cuddy Park, where Mr. Rivera and I have supported considerable improvements, including a chalet that's supposed to be there. And then also, Midtown hasn't had a really big development yet in my time on this body. I've been here 5 years now. We were supposed to have the Tudor Elmore development. A lot of work happened in that one. Actually, a rezone was a part of that deal, but it never came to fruition. And so it's been my goal to really think about the component parts of that development and say, can any of them be included when we're going to do the next Midtown development? This appears to be the next Midtown development. And I really appreciated the work session. I think a lot of really good questions were raised. And then we got good follow-up information. Rezoning this to R4A does provide great opportunity for something to be done here. And so I will support the rezone, but I'm going to hold it in the John Weddleton maxim. A rezone is just a rezone. I think there needs to be more work done before this moves into development. I will be very disappointed if it simply goes out for RFP to the highest bidder. I would like to see a development agreement. I would like to see some vision because, and I'm asking you as colleagues, that if this was a seminal piece of property in your district that, you know, what would you want to see? So I'll support the rezone tonight, and I look forward, as I said, to the amendment, but this is really important to me as someone who represents Midtown. It's barely in Midtown, the political district, but it is definitely in the heart of Midtown as a place to be. So with that, I would ask for your support tonight and your continued engagement on this as we hopefully can work with development services and community development to really figure out, real estate and community development, so we can really figure out a great vision for this so we can have a robust public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to move amendment, Brawley-Voland Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. And then I'll also state that, as I understand it, this general idea is, I believe, supported by Mayor Bronson and Member Johnson, so I won't speak for them, but they can speak to their intent, as this was something discussed at the work session on Friday and by email earlier today. So this amendment includes broad policy intent for the long-term project to restore and daylight Fish Creek. This policy is supported in our 2040 land use plan as part of the benefits described for greenway-supported development. So the idea of having creek channels and having development around it that allows for the natural flow of the creek and really the integration of natural features into development. So what this amendment actually does is it directs dedication of an easement. It does not have specifics yet, but it communicates that clear policy intent to have that restoration work happen. It also does not require that the actual restoration work be done by the purchaser of this project, of this property in the future. It reserves the space to do that when it comes together. And I just want to briefly thank the advocates of Friends of Fish Creek. They have been consistent champions for the need of restoration for our waterways, especially Fish Creek, obviously, is in their name. And also that this type of restoration action has both environmental and economic benefits to the city. Thank you also to planning department staff and community development staff for helping prepare this draft language as well. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment, and I'd also like to speak to the main motion. I will go ahead and support this amendment, and I'm actually, quite excited about the opportunity. This is something that I think would greatly benefit both Midtown and West Anchorage, the eventual daylighting of Fish Creek. And I think we need to be very careful, as we're planning what to do with these various parcels, that we don't cut off the possibility of the daylighting of Fish Creek. So I think this amendment does that, and it allows for that project to remain viable going into the future. I think as Member Zolotel stated, this is a seminal property that is really key to Midtown, and I think protecting this project, the future daylighting of Fish Creek, can also be, I think, a generational project. So I think the two go hand in hand very well. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Bond.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, really, the amendment is meant to be a policy directive, too, to say, we want to support a vision for this important part of Midtown. And also, going into West Anchorage and, how much value it could add in terms of ecological restoration, economic benefit to that whole area, to see a creek that is currently buried in a storm drain to be unearthed and for people to enjoy. And, you know, how nice that we can restore a creek without having to negotiate with partners in a decades-old agreement, right? So really just want to urge your support for this amendment, and also urge my colleagues to really be part of the process going forward to create the opportunity. You know, we did appropriate ARPA funds for planning for the Daylighting Fish Creek project, and so there's a lot of community momentum in it, and I think it's very worthwhile. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I am fine with the easement language, but there's a question that I didn't get answered that came up during the work session, and that is a question of, can other sectors of the lot be looked at in a way where you can reduce setbacks or some alternative methods to assure that the same useful square foot value exists with the easement on it? And so an amendment to the amendment that I'm not prepared to make because I'm just maybe not that smart would be some language that would be along the lines of, the department may liberally construe other setbacks or elements of the design that would allow for no square foot impact. I don't know how to word that, but for me, I would like to have a statement in there that the department is authorized to actually look creatively at that lot and come up with some way to adjust. So I'm not sure how to do that on the floor, and so it probably won't happen because it would be rather embarrassing. But I would like to see that be a principle of this lot, because I hear the arguments that are made that any encumbrance on the land may be a net detraction in value, but I think it could be creatively designed in such a way. So that's my only concern with this. And I don't know how to get there, but I do support this amendment. So, Mr. Rivera? Oh, okay, I gave you the floor. Never mind. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I would struggle to come up with that language on the fly as well, but I think it is important to note that R4A is described as one of the most flexible zones in terms of the dimensional standards, in terms of setbacks, height restrictions, and then of course, R4A and other residential zones are under current consideration in another item, which may make them even more liberally construed. But just to note that even with the existing zoning as it is written now, of course, again, I'm not speaking to the specifics, how it would be interpreted, but just to note that it's some of the least restrictive zoning that we have, at least in terms of if you're building residential.
All right. So the motion to amend is before us. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, the item is amended. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am supportive of the efforts to rezone this property. I will say that I am particularly concerned about the real lack of a vision, an articulated vision for this parcel. From my perspective, and I think we've heard this phrase a lot in these chambers, this is public land, and I want to make sure that it is developed to its highest and best use. So I just want to echo the request that Member Zolotel made. We need to be involved in this process from the get-go so that any future possible disposal isn't stalled because of the legitimate concerns that we may have. So I really hope that the administration is listening to those requests that Member Zolotel and I are raising, that we really, as the legislative body, need to be involved in this process from the beginning in hopes that we achieve a successful outcome. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I'm drafting an amendment quickly, but anyone else on the main motion? Okay, so the clerk is helping me right now. I'm going to make, Ms. Alatel,
Mr. Constant.
a motion to amend that would add a whereas clause, the last whereas that is, whereas it is the intent with this property disposal to allow the greatest flexibility in achieving maximum buildable land.
Second.
So moved by Constant, seconded by Raleigh. And the purpose of this is to communicate to the planning staff that when a proposal comes forward, the idea isn't to be limited by what the strict restrictions are, but to try to figure out as aggressively as possible to achieve the goal of the maximum development that's possible on this land. And so it may be not so artfully stated, and I recognize that when you get to the point where it comes to actually platting something or making a policy decision, it's more complicated, but I want that to be understood if the members agree. So. Oh, development. Not disposal, yeah. Then we can just say with, yeah, we can even just say with this property. So just remove disposal. Thank you. Ms. Braga.
I was just thinking along the lines of relaxing whatever word we would use next to enable the capture of lost acreage from the daylighting of the stream to create the maximum number of parcels. I don't know if that would help or not.
Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, then members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Next, we have the main motion. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-22 as amended has passed the body. We've concluded the 12s, next into the 13s. Next is 13A, AO 2024-24, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21.
Waive reading.
Thank you. For this item, the public hearing is now open. Anyone should be heard on this item? Anyone at all? The microphone isn't on. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Hit the green tape. There you go. You're good. You're
Okay,
on.
can you hear me now? My name is Guy Burke. I'm from South Anchorage, but I own businesses in Midtown, Northern Lights and Benson area. So just want to read an email from my architect because I was getting ready to do a project, and we're getting ready to actually start this next week. And it's on hold now because of these amendments. Okay, so there's unintended consequences to all this stuff. It's from my architect, Daniel Cliff. We urge a delay in implementation of this code update relating to the pedestrian frontage standard for urban neighborhood context. The area under consideration is vast in area. According to Table 21072, we're required to comply with numerous additional standards in this area for the Title 21 code. As is often the case, we have to run the code on a test project before we can fully appreciate the impact. On this project, the critical item is A. Basically, for my project, which is retail condos, there's a new item that says garages can't comprise 50% the width of the building. I have now, in my personal money, hundreds of thousands of dollars tied into this project. This was, by the way, I was like the poster child for the getting rid of the parking requirements, okay? This was exactly what we're talking about. I'm developing the site. There is literally a house that is selling fentanyl that I'm tearing down. It's not even a livable house, it's business. They're illegally subletting it. There's a line down the street selling fentanyl. You can go look at it. Teal House on Chichaco Street. And I'm trying to develop this block and make it into retail condos and improve it. My business is right next to this, okay? And somebody is putting in a code that's blocking me because they think garages are unsightly. There'll be 6 or 7 businesses in this area that would, benefit from this, and now I might be dead in the water because of this little detail. So I would urge the consideration of when we add things in that seem ideal, and my architect, by the way, says 50% or something of his projects are going to be affected by this, and we feel it's unfair right before construction season to execute this. So he's asking for a delay on the execution of this until we've done more research on it. This is going to have major economic consequences. And it took us a long time to get here on these projects and a lot of money, and now I'm getting blocked. It's very frustrating.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you. Dr. Burke, I have a couple questions for you, actually. Thank you for being here. Just 2 questions. Number 1, what part of town, because it's relevant to the item, what part of town is your project in? And then where your project is meant to be developed, do they have alleyways, paved alleyways?
So these particular lots don't have alleyways. So the frontage is directly to Chichaco Street, which actually, Chichaco Street is all ripped up and it's, not in good shape. So part of this project, I'm putting in sidewalks. It's going to look really nice and it's going to improve the area.
Thank you. And just because I'm not super familiar with the name Chichaco Street, what neighborhood?
It's right behind the Carl's Jr., between Northern Lights and Benson.
Okay.
It's right adjacent to the Peach Investments lot where the old Northern Lights Hotel was.
Got it. Thank you.
Just to the west of that.
Appreciate it.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley first, then Mr. Myers.
Yeah, thanks. This is going to take a few minutes, but I want to really set the stage for kind of, because this is a cleanup ordinance, but I want to remind folks kind of where we've been, because this has really been a 3-year story, so bear with me, I'll try to be brief. The short version of this is that this planning project started about, I think 3 years ago, possibly even before that, in 2021, and the intent was really to improve sections of Title 21, our zoning code, related to design standards and ensure that projects are built to be pedestrian-friendly, especially in areas, older neighborhoods with alleys. So it was originally attached, these changes in the ordinance that we've already passed last summer were originally attached to a proposal to reduce parking requirements. So in 2022, the ordinance was split into 2. The parking reform ordinance passed in late 2022, and then the other pieces, the site access pieces, moved forward as a separate item, a separate ordinance. So in 2023, the Assembly passed AO 2023-50, which put the site access and pedestrian frontage standards in code, and they were effective January 2024. So that gets us up to this year. So come January, we started to hear from folks who use the code on a regular basis who said that there were major problems in how this is being applied, or essentially how to interpret the code in order to apply it. It's impacted projects currently in development. We just heard from a gentleman today. It appears to have rendered prior projects that were done even recently out of compliance with code if they were to be built again today. So really raising some serious questions about this. So the Assembly, myself included, had a part to play in this problem. So myself and Member Cross, and there was maybe a third member, moved an amendment to make those standards apply citywide as opposed to in some of those older existing neighborhoods, what's called the urban neighborhood context areas in the code, because we thought that sounds like a great idea, right? You want everywhere to have nice sidewalks and walkable areas. But it turns out that it wasn't really a good idea. It was part of the problem. And so in February, we've already passed another ordinance, February of this year, to scale back where these things apply to be more in keeping with the original ordinance. So that's kind of where we are now. So now what we're looking at is a cleanup ordinance. A lot is being asked of this cleanup ordinance because really it only makes minor changes. So what we're being asked to do is address problems in the bigger ordinance. And the challenge with all of this is it's very complex. So if we simply pass this cleanup ordinance as it is, even with the small amendments that were brought forward by the planning department, it won't fix the underlying problems that are being identified. But also repealing the original 2023 ordinance would be a step backwards, I believe, because there were good things that were made, there were good changes that were made in that ordinance, that 2023-50, and I think the intent is still good, but so really it would take a lot of work to go back and simply undo, and we would lose some of the good work that was done. So simply repealing it didn't feel practical, certainly not in the time frame we have, and it was not really a good option. So looking at all this, knowing the negative impacts that the 2023 ordinance is having, that this cleanup ordinance will not address on its own, I believe that we made a mistake and that we need to correct that mistake by making the code better. But by making the code better and writing in a way that's simpler, more flexible, and more tailored to conditions on the ground, that's going to take time. That's not something that we can amend tonight. So the amendment that I'm about to move is really something that will, I think, dissatisfy everybody for the time being, but I think is a solid approach and will hopefully result in a better outcome than the approach that we've been taking for the last 3 years. So I move Brawley and Volland Amendment number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, so let me describe. So this amendment does what seemed, after a lot of thought about this the last several weeks, to be the most practical short-term solution. So it's pressing pause on the variety of new standards that have been applied to parts of the city, so not the whole city, but these parts of the city, including this area of Midtown that this gentleman was describing. And these are the ones that really caused problems. So what it does is it takes, in the underlying ordinance, it inserts, the underlying code changes, it inserts the sections describing where these new standards apply, the urban neighborhood development context area, and it makes that geographic area not effective until November 1st, 2025. So what that does is it leaves all the standards in code, but it does not apply them to any physical area of the city until next year. So that gives us time to really work through what this should look like. So in the meantime, the standards that are already in code that have been updated that would apply to areas outside that area would still apply. So it doesn't leave uncertainty or it doesn't leave things in limbo. It just says that we're setting back the entire city to basically status quo or a modified version of status quo. And I will acknowledge the developers who have been reaching out to us wanted us to go further. They wanted us to simply repeal sections. And so this doesn't do that either. What it does is it attempts to come to a middle ground and for the short term, say, let's work on other things, and so we can turn our attention to other projects. We're working on the home initiative. That is a big change to zoning. We know there's an area-wide study of managing rights-of-way and parking. That was a direct implementation action out of the parking ordinance, so that really makes time to deal with this. So now, not in the amendment, and then I'm almost done, sorry. Not in the amendment, but saying on the record now is a part 2. So the longer-term solution is not simply to delay this. That's really the short term. That's what we can do now. The longer term is to form a working group to identify what our goals are. So what is this trying to do? What are we protecting against? And then where should it apply in the city? Where is it appropriate? And then work collaboratively to write replacement code sections that are simpler, more flexible, and really are informed by work on the ground. So I imagine the working group would be, it would include staff, builders, planning and design professionals, and also members of the public, folks who really want to be involved in the, in the community and talk through this, especially in these neighborhoods that are affected. So I believe it would be a really good solution for collaborative problem solving. And then ideally, they would be charged with coming back within a year, so by spring 2025, with a solution as an ordinance. And hopefully sooner, but that would be the latest. And then that could be adopted. We can look at kind of how to fix some of these other underlying issues and then rely on that collaborative effort to come up with a better product than what we unfortunately passed last year. Thanks.
The queue is on fire. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, the folks I wanted to address have left the room. So I was hoping someone from the planning department could come and address his concerns.
So I'd say put yourself back in the queue. I believe they're conferring and they'll be back out when they have a line. So put yourself back in the queue. So, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thanks to Member Brawley for putting this amendment together that pushes out a timeline that I think is very workable. And I think there's a lot of opportunity here to bring in members of the community, particularly those that would be within the urban neighborhood context. You know, we talk a lot about neighborhood context, and I think that that term is very interesting. It's a little squishy. It has a number of connotations. But I will say, I think in my perspective, a big part of the context is the streetscape in neighborhoods. And we have a number of neighborhoods in my district that have alleyways, which I think are a community asset. That includes South Addition. It includes parts of Government Hill, Fairview, Mountain View, and others. And the alleyways, you know, we don't tend to develop neighborhoods like that anymore, but they really do serve kind of a cool purpose in that they keep the primary street frontage very walkable. It makes it so that you don't have these large driveway cuts. The sidewalks aren't interrupted. So for me, there's this sort of opportunity here for marriage of how can we get more infill housing development, but also how can we make our streets more walkable and pedestrian friendly, and those things can really work in tandem. And so there are trade-offs, I think, that merit further discussion. And it's interesting to think about, you know, when we passed this item, we moved to expand it, perhaps to context where it really didn't work. And so again, I appreciate Member Brawley's former item that reeled this back, and also this amendment that gives us a longer timeline to sort out some of these details. So I hope my colleagues will support this. Yeah, you know, I guess I'll leave it there for now, and really, well, actually, I'll just say one more thing. It's very interesting to have gone along this journey. You know, I see Tom Davis is in the audience, and know he's worked on iterations of this for multiple years, and did a lot of work to engage those parts of my community. You know, I think it could be a little bit more narrowly tailored, perhaps just to where there are alleyways, and make that the defining feature rather than to try to do these geographic locations. But one other thing I want to say is that District 1, one of our main legislative priorities, funding for the legislature, was to finish paving some of those alleyways in Fairview and Mountain View, and that's really important to me. It's really important to those neighborhoods that those alleyways are respected. So opportunity for further conversation. Let's please give it a longer timeline. We can work those details out. Thank you.
Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. So thanks to Ms. Brawley for basically being able to put a pause on this. Heard from a number of developers that this is problematic, and really it's, I think, indicative of how problematic Title 21 is as a whole. It's too complicated. It is, every time we touch it, it has unintended consequences. And while I appreciate what Member Volan said about this ideal standard of a neighborhood, in my mind, it doesn't matter if houses aren't being built. Hard stop, period, the end. And I appreciate that some neighborhoods have alleys. You know, one of my suggestions, and this is where Ms. Brawley's genius comes in, was, well, maybe this can apply when alleys get paved. But right, all of those ideas need time to percolate and have further discussion, and it needs to be a broad cross-section that sits down to do this work. I'm really, an urban neighborhood context area, to me, is word salad. How do we just create areas where we can build housing for people to live? I mean, I think we're in a housing crisis, and that's where we start. So I appreciate the additional time. I'm not volunteering in the moment to be on the work group, but should it be constituted and I can find a little bit of time, I definitely think that it needs to have representation kind of from throughout anywhere that identifies as being urban. And to me, that's anywhere in the bowl. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I heard from your architect, and I saw the mock-up of what he's planning to do, and it's beautiful, and I can't imagine that we would call that something that can't be done for this design criteria. I just, having lived here a very long time, one of the things is we need housing, and when we really needed housing before, we let housing happen fast, like Nunaka Valley, and they all looked exactly the same. They weren't beautiful, but what is cool is they evolutionize over time, and they've all, you know, entryway here, this one's been raised, this one's, you know, added a cool carport, a nice rock garden on the front. So some of this design criteria, you got to get into the house first at an affordable price, and then you can work to make changes that make it better. I read through this like several times. I put a lot of highlighter in here. It's tough to read, and if you, I was talking with Mr. Spinelli about, he is a seasoned builder that knows the ropes, and it causes him pause, and if it causes someone that's that experienced pause, then how do we ever expect a ma and pa builder to jump in and develop their lot without, you know, a lot of difficulty? So, you know, there's one thing to be all obsessed with a snout house and another to just get some housing. So I appreciate the pause. I would say that I heard from some people that said, you know, if you're going to stick with this, east of Boniface, do not do it. You know, there's some consequences in these older neighborhoods that are already pretty dense. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to be able to repeat the member of the public's testimony, or the member of the public that spoke and his questions as eloquently, but perhaps he can come back up and ask, and we can have the building department address.
So, not right now, we're on the amendment, I think, right?
Well, I specifically am wondering if the amendment solves his issue.
That's a fair question. I just don't know that we can get back into the whole...
Can I ask the building department to weigh in then?
Yep.
Based on what his public testimony was?
Relating to the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when we get to the main motion, it's more broad opportunity to ask those questions.
I guess I can wait till the main motion.
I think it would be better at the main motion. Okay, so on the amendment, Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, the conversation you just had with Mr. Myers, I was going to ask the mover of the motion if this would impact the project that we heard about tonight. So essentially asking the same question. So where does that fit? But I was going to do it in an eloquent way if that would have been appropriate. Thank you.
Well, if that's the way we're going, that's the way we're going. You can ask the question, but really, yeah, I think there's some conference that needs to happen because I don't know that the petitioner who spoke knows what the amendment does, nor anyhow, so it's a complex question.
No, so Chair, my question was to the mover of the motion, right, on the amendment to the mover. Is it their understanding that this would have a positive impact on the project that we just heard testimony about?
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. So this amendment would take the geographic area, which it sounds like includes the property you're speaking of. He's nodding, I see in the audience. And it would say that if there's standards that apply to that area, that area doesn't exist until 2025. So it should relieve properties that would otherwise be in that area, but would be developed, you know, in 2024 this year. So I believe it would. The question would be whether the standards that this gentleman is describing also apply to areas outside of that area. I don't know the answer to that question, the garage limits, but I believe most of the site access ordinance, the underlying ordinance that we passed last year, puts that geographic area in place, and then it puts a bunch of additional standards on it. So the idea was to suspend application of that area. So I think it would, but again, I would have to look at the details of his property.
So, Mr. Martinez, okay. And then Ms. Brawley on the amendment. Okay, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the conversation. So this is really the least worst solution I could come up with something that was already in the works, is one answer, because these are really technical edits to something that we're finding underlying issues with. The other thing I forgot to mention, there's an item in the agenda, it's the site access fit test report, and I appreciate that the planning department worked with a consultant to do that and evaluated how, basically how these standards would apply with a series of hypothetical developments in different configurations. There's several recommendations in that report. Some of them were brought forward as proposed floor amendments by planning staff, others were not, and so I think that's another guide to look at through the working group process, because I think there are there's a valid evaluation of what we've already put in code, and then I think there's other improvements that can be discussed. And so there's a lot of resources out there that could contribute to a conversation that we really don't have time or the resources to sort out tonight.
Ms. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Member Brawley touched on the site access fit report. I don't know how much my colleagues have had time to really process that. As Member Brawley said, there were recommendations that were brought forward, and then there were some that the planning department chose not to bring forward. I have asked the chair of the Community and Economic Development Committee, Mr. Martinez, if we could have a discussion where we actually have the consultants who prepared that report present on it. So it's not just funneled through the planning department. They can, of course, give their input, but that we can hear directly from the consultants. What are their recommendations? And then perhaps we can hear from the planning department why or why not were some of those adopted and some not. I think that's very interesting. And finally, I'll just say, again, on the amendment, and I know it's kind of broad, but it's a broad amendment. It contemplates a pause, putting a pause on all of the overarching changes that we made. I think when we consider trade-offs, it's very important to our community. Yes, we need more housing. I think the Assembly is very united on that, and I've worked on a lot of pro-housing legislation and will continue to do so. But you know, are we going to level all of our parks and put housing on them? You know, streets are important, and the two can work in tandem. We can have safe streets, walkable streets, and also have more infill housing, and that merits a conversation with the community, and I think we can get to a really productive place where both goals can be accomplished. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't see anyone else in the queue on the amendment. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, the amendment is passed. Mr. Myers, want to ask that question?
I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Martinez to ask it more eloquently.
I think you'll do just fine.
Okay, Planning Department. I don't know if you guys were in here when this gentleman spoke, but I wanted to get your take on his two concerns that were raised and then find out if this amendment that was just passed will satisfy those.
Welcome. It's on.
It's on?
You're fine.
Okay. Tom Davis, Planning Department. The amendment that I saw up there, which I believe took Table 3 and applied it area-wide, I haven't seen his development, but Table 3 would provide a much more lenient standard for the width of garages and the amount of area in front of a building that could be used for parking than the urban neighborhood context table. So what you've done is you've temporarily replaced the more strict table that would apply in his area with a much more lenient table. And I would think that it would help, but not seeing his development, I don't know if that would fix it. If that amendment goes forward, I would recommend looking at the up above that section. There's an applicability section, and the applicability section states that Table 3 applies only outside the urban neighborhood context. And so what we would need to do for you is maybe draft up a quick amendment to temporarily, until that November 2025, apply Table 3 to the urban neighborhood context as well. Otherwise, the effect will be there won't be a standard at all in the urban neighborhood context. You'll just have a standard for the outlying areas. But we could draft up a really quick text edit to help with that. And that's in just a couple paragraphs above, up under subsection 2 of the applicability.
A page reference?
Oh, I do. Yep. I think it's on page 8 of the AO, starting at line 17.
So page 8, line 17.
I think that's what needs to be made.
Okay, so the planning department has offered to draft a text amendment. Do we want to do this on the floor or let them? If the planning department were to take this in the next few minutes, we would move on to something else or continue this conversation if others want to speak to it. Is there any objection to the planning department taking a stab at a text amendment? I am not hearing any objection. I think it's welcome.
Okay.
So it'll take a few minutes and we will either continue this conversation or move on to the next one and come back. So, okay. Any further discussion on this item while they do that work? I think then what I would like us to do is to roll on to the next item and begin the budget process while they do this, and then come back to this item. Is there any objection? I'm not hearing any objection. So next we're going to open up the public hearing on item 14A. Resolution AR 2024-104, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2024 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Now, I'll note for members of the public, it's the intent of the sponsors to open the public hearing, hear whoever wishes to be heard tonight, and then continue the public hearing to a special meeting next week on the 30th of April here in Chambers. So on this item, the public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the council? Okay. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mike Edgington from Girdwood, speaking on behalf of myself. I'll start about I think it was exactly 3 months ago on January 23rd in this very venue. I asked a question about short-term room tax and how it's captured and how it gets spent. And the chair suggested that there's a lot of complexity and I should go away and sort of learn about all this complexity. And I'm not sure if it was a warning, a threat, or a challenge.
I would interrupt and say I didn't offer that to you at all. I said we need to do that. But that's
okay, well, I heard a challenge. I went away and took a look at it. But this has opened up some interesting questions about long-term, about how this gets used. But that is secondary to the thing I want to talk about tonight. I've looked at the AO 2024-104, and one of the things that came up in this discovery, and I think everyone in finance who's helped me understand this, and the OMB office, etc., acknowledges that the rules up to last year on how the Convention Center Reserve gets funded changed this year. They're different in 2024. There were obligations we had up until last year which no longer apply this year. What I see in this AO on page 2, line 5, and also on page 3, line 12, are transfers and appropriations to the Convention Center reserves, which appear to follow the rules up to last year and do not follow the obligations that are required this year and onwards. So what it looks to me is that as this stands, you as a body will be optionally providing more appropriation to the Convention Center Reserve than is required. And I just think you should be aware of that. I don't know what the right numbers are. I believe finance will have those numbers, maybe at some point between now and next week. One of the reasons I'm speaking tonight and losing my opportunity to speak next week is to give some time the opportunity to look through these and understand them. So basically my point is just that As it stands, it appears that there is more of a contribution to Convention Center Reserve than you really need to. And while you can choose to supply more, I think you should all be aware of that before you make that decision. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on the budget? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to set a new public hearing for the special meeting of April 30th.
Second.
So there's a motion to set a new public hearing by Ms. Zalatil and seconded by Ms. Brawley. You know what? Go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. The reason for saying a new public hearing is so that as our amendments come out and are published, there's an opportunity for someone who's testified tonight, like Mr. Edgington, to be able to provide us direct feedback. We're working to get the amendments out into the public in advance of the 30th. So that's why we've made that move instead of just a continued public hearing, which would preclude that secondary option. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and I'll just add briefly, thank you, Member Zalatil, for summarizing that. If anybody is interested in amendments that have already been put forward, we had a work session on Friday, April 19th, where you can, I believe, download the copies and also watch the discussion, or at least watch the presentation of each amendment. Thanks.
I'm going to ask the mover to slightly amend the title to a second public hearing.
Sure.
Thank you. I think that will avoid any problems. So any further discussion? Members, any objection to the motion? Okay, then by unanimous consent, we have set a second public hearing for this item for the meeting of April 30th. Mr. Edgerton, you're welcome to come back and talk again. We had a plan for that. Next, we have item 14B, which is AO 2024-29, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for all service areas of the municipality of Anchorage general government for 2024. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome.
Same as before, Mike Edgington-Girdwood speaking on behalf of myself. I'll be very quick. A few years ago, there was some complexity, and we ended up with a situation where there was an unintended consequence. Tax levies were probably inappropriate across the municipality. And I know at the time there was a suggestion to provide a table at some point through the process saying what the final mill rates would be under a certain set of circumstances. And I just wanted to thank OnB for doing that this time. It was great to see that in one of the earlier packages. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Move to set a second public hearing for the special meeting of April 30th.
Motion by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion? Same principle. Is there any objection? Hearing seeing none, a second public hearing has been set for April 30th in this chamber. Starts at 6 p.m. So, next item we have is item 14C, AO 2024-30, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2024. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to continue the item to a special meeting of April 30th.
Second.
Sorry, move to postpone the item to April 30th.
There's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. You want to describe why the difference?
Sure, Mr. Chair. There aren't any amendments or anything we'll do that will affect the tax levy for ASD. So anyone who had something to say about it should have come tonight to speak to it. It won't be our action that would make any changes.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent on this item as well. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is postponed to the meeting of April 30th. That's AO 2024-30. Next we have Item 14D, AR 2024-105, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2024 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating and capital budgets for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the special meeting of April 30th.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If anyone is intending to make amendments to these budgets, which we hadn't heard on Friday, you might want to say something now so we could continue or set a second public hearing if that is your intent. But based on what we've seen to date, we haven't seen any intentions to do that.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? I'm going to go ahead on this one again and ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing seeing none, this item also is continued to the meeting of April 30th. Starts at 6 p.m. That's AR 2024-105. Next, we have item 14E, AO 2024-33, an ordinance authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $150 million in aggregate principal amount of tax anticipation notes.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So tax anticipation notes are a loan we basically like taking out a short-term loan so that we have enough cash on hand until property taxes start to be collected. What this does is it puts that tool in our toolbox should we need the cash prior to property taxes being amended, and they can be issued anytime between now and 120 days. So there's a window on these. This allows finance to do, the chief fiscal officer and the finance department to do what's necessary should we need the cash. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2024-33 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14F. 14F is AO 2024-31, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.06.115 to adjust the existing hourly rate charged for police services and provide for subsequent adjustment every 5 years. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Microphone's off. There you go.
Ms. Sophia O'Neill, Eagle River. My question is adjust the existing hourly rate charged for police services and provide for subsequent adjustment every 5 years. The police force, when they have to do these duties, and despite the amount of money that is allocated, whether if it's to attend a meeting, provide security, whatever. My question is that you want to do the adjustment every 5 years. Now, given that we've all acknowledged that the police force is significantly lower than it needs to be, and the fact that they are being inundated, as we can see in the news, with vehicular accidents, murders, the fentanyl that has just been addressed, the fentanyl issues for some time. In 3 years, the area of Eagle River has changed significantly. My point is that if you're going to say that you're going to make adjustments for their duties and how they'll be paid when they're taken away from their outward duties, their field duties is how I should say, I think 5 years is is spaced way too far apart to make adjustments that will benefit the department, and they're addressing issues and providing services. I just think that that should be taken into consideration. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on, oh, someone, oh yeah, no. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Myers.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The nature of this ordinance is to address an issue that has evolved over the last about 15 years. I think it's been about that long since the last time these fees, these rate sheets were adjusted. Basically, what's happening right now, when a volunteer organization or someone makes an application and wants overtime police officers to come provide services for their events, they're charged a fee. And it's an hourly fee, but the hourly fee hasn't been adjusted for nearly 2 decades, a long time, and it doesn't cover the cost of an officer and their time. And so the municipality is underwriting the expense of our officers going out and providing these services. And so what this does is it adjusts the rate today if it passes, and then provides for a, just like the permanent fund, kind of it's an every 5-year average, they're going to look at the rates, and it's going to rebase itself automatically, so assemblies don't have to think, oh, maybe we should adjust that rate when the costs have changed. And so if you look carefully at the mechanism, it's well crafted and it's pretty straightforward, and it takes the question out of the annual appropriating and legislating process, and it just makes it automatic, which will ensure that we don't find ourselves in a position where the taxpayer is underwriting events in the community. Instead, it should be the events paying for themselves. So that's the general principle. Anyone else on this item? Okay, seeing here none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-31 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14G. 14G is AR 2024-92, resolution approving the Heritage Land Bank 2024 annual work program and 2025 to 2029 5-year management plan. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you. I move to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of May 7th.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to continue made by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by, I think it was Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you. The reason I'm making the motion to postpone is Mr. Stolt was unable to join us tonight, and I know he has another number of items he'd like to speak to and discuss in the context of this plan. So I would like him to be here while we take it up. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to the meeting of May 7th. On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-92 has been postponed to the meeting of May 7th. Next, we have item 14H, AO 2024-36, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 7 to enable an authorized submission of bids, proposals, and grant applications in electronic form, authorizing the purchasing officer to implement an approved electronic bidding system and relating matters. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. The S version.
Second.
Moved by, the S version is moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is something that sort of came to light as members Brawley and Bronga and myself are going through the alcohol tax strategic plan process. It was an issue actually raised by the health department and some members who are involved in that working group. And, they just talked about, number one, how difficult it was, their own process to have to open these sealed envelopes with multiple copies, and then they would have to scan them electronically for record keeping. So there was like this redundancy of how current code was requiring these bids to be submitted via paper, hand delivered or in the snail mail, and then for the health department to have to put them into an electronic format. And it was also identified as perhaps being difficult for smaller nonprofits who would want to apply for a grant, maybe through the alcohol tax, for instance. Time consuming and maybe resource consuming as well to have to make multiple copies and go through this whole process, where we could have a simple but secure means of applying for grants or other bids electronically. And really want to thank Assembly Council Dean Gates for his work in trying to collaborate on this S version, not only with the health department, but also the purchasing department and with IT. I think it's time to modernize our code. The state of Alaska accepts electronic grant submissions, and I think we can follow suit. We also heard from members of the purchasing department who have experience in other jurisdictions in Alaska with receiving bids electronically. So I want to make sure that these things are secure when they're submitted, and that the process is fair, but also just want to be able to capture a wide net and give the purchasing department ultimately the power to have an additional tool. What implementation looks like specifically, what software would be used, et cetera, those details would be forthcoming as the purchasing department decides how and when to implement this. But this creates the opportunity to do that in code. So hopefully my colleagues will support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So for any of the sponsors or Ms. Alger either, it says that this ordinance shall be effective immediately upon passage. So is this process ready to go today or tomorrow to be able to do these electronic bids?
So no.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the ordinance is essentially creating the tool. It's kind of like saying, you don't have to build the shed tomorrow, but here's the hammer to do so. So at any point, the purchasing department could choose to implement. Now I know because of their comments at one of our health policy committee meetings that they were invited to participate in, that they have been actively looking at how they can implement this in certain software programs. So I think they've really got the ball rolling and there's a lot of momentum. But this doesn't say you have to have this up and running tomorrow.
Okay. So this gives us all the choices in the world to start with, and then purchasing has full control and ability to implement as it sees appropriate. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, I have a number of people in the queue. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just adding a couple things, and I appreciate Member Bowen's great overview. So just to note, it essentially, looking at page 2, it talks about us giving the powers and duties of the purchasing officer to establish and approve an electronic bidding system. So getting to the point of what this does. And then also just to point out on page 4, or actually 3 and 4, there's many places in our current code that specify that you have to be submitting things in an envelope, by mail, or in person. So what this really does is it pulls back that language, and it still requires establishing how we can legally receive proposals and how that fits in. But this is really, again, giving that flexibility. And then I just want to also note, this did come out of the alcohol tax strategic plan process, and it's really feedback that I know grantees had been giving since the alcohol tax was put into place. But I'll also say, as a former contractor, who does not currently have any business with the city, but I have responded to RFPs in the past for the state, for the muni, for other jurisdictions, and so I would anticipate that electronic bidding is not just for health department and not just for grants, but also for professional services, right? So contract bids, all these other things. And so again, there will be a lot to work out. It probably means that there will need to be kind of variations or specific, specific procedures that are established for these different types of procurement, but this really allows for that to happen, whether it's one, software package in the future, multiple, it would not be our role to determine, and nor would the potential cost of this, but I think really it sets the stage for figuring out those operational details. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Ms. Alger is here, I would like to get her take on this.
Ms. Alger.
Through the chair to Assemblyman Myers, we actually are ready to go. We are going to use a entity or a system called BidX, and we are piggybacking on the state's contract. There is no cost to the municipality. The cost is borne by the bidders that choose to use the system. It's $40 per bid, or if you're a subscriber to BidX, it's $50 a month, and you can use that system nationwide. So you can use it to bid on things with the state, you can use to bid the things with the city. And I have had some extensive conversations with the state on how they use this and the different pros to it, and so far there are no cons. The purchasing team has a meeting later on this week to start learning how to use it.
Great information.
All right, thank you. Ms. Braga.
I am super excited about this. I remember Brawley and I were presenting at the Make It Monday about alcohol tax and kind of floated this with some of the people who have applied for grants through you, and they just, they're just the redundancy of 7 copies of paper that then gets scanned. So I know Mr. Vollen probably went through all this already, but I just think this is a nice leap. My only question is, I know we were talking about not wanting anyone to have to pay to apply. So I'm a little worried, like if they're a really small organization, so how much is it for one?
For one, it's $40, and for a month-to-month subscription, it's $50. And I'm sorry, through the chair, I apologize, Mr. Constant. The other thing I need to specify, if it is a construction RFP, there will need to be multiple copies, because those copies are given out to different people, and the municipality can't produce all those copies. So there are a couple different nuances that will come into play for the system.
I have a number of people in the queue. Mr. Martinez.
All right. Having been a part of the process of moving the municipality from paper applications for boards and commissions to an online application for boards and commissions, I appreciate moving to the new century, but Member Braga mentioned something that I did want to flag, and I just wanted to make sure that the equity questions with respect to doing business with the municipality continue to be just focused on, so that we don't have barriers and obstacles for folks who may not have those initial resources up front for application fees, but who can provide a service that can bid for those particular things for us, whether it's respect to this particular work or in all facets of doing business with the municipality. I just want to make sure we have that equity lens applied. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Martinez, absolutely I agree with you. This is just another tool, so we can continue to accept all proposals the way that we have.
All right, Mr. Vollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being here tonight, Ms. Alger. So that is one of the concerns I will say that I have is, one of the motivators for these small nonprofits who have to really, they're scrappy, they have to fight tooth and nail for every dollar. And so having them front the cost, I think, for me is just, I feel conflicted about that. And I'm wondering if within the platform that you're looking at, if there's potentially an option where if it's a nonprofit applying for a grant, if that could be a different process, or maybe have the cost waived or reduced, separate from like a contractor bidding on a service, if that makes sense. Is there a way to differentiate the two? Again, nonprofit, where we put a call out for grant submissions versus other types of bids.
Through the chair to Assemblyman Ballin, I'm going to take that in chunks. First off, if a nonprofit brings a bid to the municipality, there's a cost in fuel, there's a cost in labor, and there's a cost in their print work. So if they're not paying the cost of their fuel and they're not paying the cost of their labor to deliver it and the cost of their paper, then they're probably breaking even with paying that $40, and they still have skin in the game when they're applying to get free money. The other thing is, I don't know how we would allocate the costs if it was waived, because purchasing cannot absorb those costs. We do not have the budget for that. I am willing to ask the company if there's a way to bifurcate for individual departments to cover that if they choose to. I do get concerned at the potential for other entities to raise their hand and say, well, why not me? This may be a nonprofit, but I'm a small company and I'm only netting, I don't know, $10,000 a year. So, when we're talking about fairness and equity, I think $40 per bid is pretty reasonable.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think for me it'd be more about the process rather than maybe nonprofit or not. If it's the municipality is putting out a call for grant submissions, maybe that's the thing that it hangs on. So I'll just leave that aside for now. But my follow-up question would be, let's say, because the assembly, let's say it doesn't come out of the department budget, but the assembly wants to make an appropriation. And we say we don't want the nonprofits to bear the cost, but we want to know how much would a software platform be, or how much would the time, the personnel time be, to where we make an appropriation to say, we're going to fund this process. Is it possible to get a summary of economic effects from your department, or from I guess the CFO, or who would I go to get that kind of information? This type of program would potentially cost the municipality this much money, so that when we're saying, please apply for these grants because we want this important work to be done in the community, we're not expecting that fee. How do we get that dollar estimate?
Through the chair to Assemblyman Ballin, what comes to mind is looking at the historic records to see how many applicants there have been for any type of particular grants, or all grants that you would want to consider waiving the fee for, and seeing what the company would charge us per bid. So, or it would definitely still be per bid.
Okay.
So if there were, I don't even know how many grants there were in the past.
But right now it doesn't cost anything for someone to apply.
It would be $40 per submission that the municipality would be paying for.
Now it is? Or you're saying under the new paradigm, if we went with that software program?
Yes.
$40, but in our current process, the paper copies, they don't pay anything.
No, we don't charge them to apply for bids. It's only their overhead costs on preparing the documents and delivering them to the municipality.
That is food for thought. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't spoken, so I'm going to jump the queue. Ms. Alatel.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I actually have some concerns about the idea of making one set of people less, another set more, and I just want to know what's the cost if we just pay like we pay for any other software license to use. And so I apply for state grants all the time in my professional job. I've never paid $1, and it doesn't make any sense. If they're offering us to provide a service that we need, then we should be laying out the foundation to make it an easy as application as possible. And so I would like to know, I don't want to hold this up, but I think we should have a second project that addresses the licensure or the cost factor. We shouldn't be charging people to apply to provide us services, is my hot take. And we just need to know the math, figure it out, and get it done. Because we are a government entity. We should provide as efficient a mechanism as possible. We'll save money on the staff who's having to scan. We'll save money on IT repairs and scanners. We'll save money on the time it's taking for the staff to figure out who gets what documents, because once you have a good system, it just gets routed. And so we'll save on recycling paper. We'll save. And so I think the cost-benefit analysis will scream to us, we should just make this a service that's available to bidders who want to provide our service. But I don't want to slow the wheels down. Let's get this implemented and then come back on the cost question would be my take. Ms. Alger.
Mr. Chair, if we did factor in some costs if we were just to allow to just cover the cost for everybody, nonprofit or not. And a very rough estimate is $35,000 a year, and that's based on historics on how many bids we receive. Mm-hmm. That does not take into account how many additional bids we would begin to get. And this particular software, it's not like a licensed where you have 10 people and it's $100 per license. It is per bid. So looking back at historics for the last 2 years, we took an average, and it's a minimum of $35,000.
And so $35,000 is a lot to a personal budget, but to this government, it seems like a reasonable cost-benefit analysis to getting us to the point where we don't have to worry about the equity issues because it's just resolved. We don't have to worry about winners and losers because they can't afford to pay $40 to submit some paper. And for those who would then otherwise have to submit it in paper, we don't have our staff having to scan, and it just solves the problem. So again, for my part, I don't want to slow it down. I won't repeat myself, but I think we need to come up with a way that what's on us is on us and what's on them is on them. So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've appreciated this discussion, and I won't belabor the point. I think folks will remember, for those who attend in the Health Policy Committee, this is something that was raised, and I had some concerns about it. But I think for my part, I don't think anything in this particular ordinance as drafted and as written for us to vote on today will preclude us from going into the future and fixing it, I think, as the chair has suggested. So I will support this change with the knowledge that I think there's a second step in this that we will take up hopefully soon. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate the discussion about equity, because that was certainly a big part of the alcohol tax discussion as well, and some of the issues, and also the idea of who's paying for what, as you said. It's funny, this discussion about fees, I had brought it up when we were drafting, and then we opted not to include language. So I was going back to my email, because now I'm discovering my own intent to have brought a floor amendment that would have said basically no fees shall be charged to users of this program. So we could resurrect that. I guess one option would be to postpone this to the meeting of May 7th, and I'm seeing some shakes. Okay, so my co-sponsor is saying that we should keep it going, and then we can come back to it. I guess the other thing I'll say about software is, I know in my observation, this city has not always done a good job in rolling out software, because we jump the line by saying, here's the software product we want, and then we don't take the time up front to say what the protocols will be, what the processes are, what the user requirements are, and then base all of that kind of mapping out of what you want it to look like process-wise, and then you go out and look for your software solution. And because I know that's been a big discussion, for example, with our online permitting system. I understand there's some issues with it that really, we purchased it and then we never really fixed them, and then there was a move to purchase a new system without, again, having done that kind of mapping out of the process first. And so I guess that's what I would really encourage, is to figure out what that looks like, because I think just buying a software solution, even if it works for other places, doesn't necessarily mean, and I see some shaking heads, but I guess I just want to say, that we shouldn't let the requirements or the particulars of one software solution drive what we do as a process. And it sounds like if there's not will to take more time to add specific language in here around fees, I think we can leave it as it is, but that is something that we need to come back to for equity consideration, and also really, is this a public service or not? And I believe having access to the ability to apply for grants and other public funds is a public service.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. So I was in Ms. Brawley's camp to postpone this for a couple of reasons. One is we're in one queue, and so if this is a priority, where is the budget request? Like, what's the initial cash outlay to make this go and make this go in '24? There should be a one queue budget request for this because we want to be able to implement it, and we can't implement it without money. Two, Ms. Alger, I'm not asking you a question. Thank you. Two, when you Google fees for government applications, it says, is that a scam? That's the first hit that comes up. It's like, thought that this could be a scam when you are asked by the government to submit a fee with a grant application. So I really don't want us to go down that route. That really gives me significant pause. And then frankly, I'm frustrated because we have 3 assembly members who've come up with something that addresses a really important issue. We have been talking since pretty much the inception of the alcohol tax, at least after COVID, about how to access it and how to get broad access. And what I heard today on the implementation side is paper is a barrier. True, we've heard a lot about that. But money is a barrier. So we're just swapping barrier for barrier. And so I appreciate the good work here, but I'm worried about what's going to happen in implementation, and I want to ensure that there's money to implement the idea. If we know how much is needed in one queue, we could take it up, right? We could take it up in our conversation, and 2, we could give the purchasing department the tools it needs in order to implement this without charging a fee. Also, I don't know, I have a couple more questions, which is, are you going to go out for RFP for this software? Because Title VII would require you to generally competitively bid it unless we were having a good reason not to. And then what's the cash outlay in order to make this go? And what's the fastest it could go?
Okay, through the chair, we are not buying a software. We are not implementing anything within any system within the municipality of Anchorage. This is a subscription. If you want to get a Google Gmail address, you make the choice, you apply for that.
I understand. We're going to be subscribing,
so
and
it's
it's
a
based on our
subscription.
historical bid counts. Great, and that's $35,000 a year.
Okay, if we want to do that, and that doesn't mean that that's the final number. That's based on
understand.
historical, and if once we say you can do electronic bidding, the amount of bids that we will get, and we are hoping, is going to go up. So if we're going to cover the cost, that cost will go up.
I hear you.
And we're doing a co-op, so that is covered in Title VII. The state uses this system. Kenai Peninsula Borough uses this system. We've investigated that.
So let me just ask you a more direct question. If you were to get $35,000 for the remainder of 2024, do you think it would cover the cost?
Hold, please.
Move to postpone to the meeting of May 7th.
Second.
Oops, wrong person.
There is a motion to postpone to the meeting of May 7th by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to postpone this item because I think purchasing needs to do a little bit more work so we can make a conscientious decision to make sure our policy intent is implemented.
Ms. Brawley on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. That would also give me time to resurrect this floor amendment that addressed whether or not fees would be charged.
Mr. Myers.
I'm just wondering if Ms. got the answer to Ms. Zalatel's question.
I don't need to have different motion on the floor.
Yeah, a different question, no.
We're not charging fees.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will just put out there that I don't know that we've quite been able to have the opportunity to have the conversation about who should pay. And so this has, for me, opened up a door to more conversation. And I appreciate you, Ms. Alger, for being here tonight, for being willing to answer these questions. I appreciate your participation in the Health Policy Committee meetings, and I super appreciate you working with your staff to investigate how could we platform something like this. I know that you are after a solution, and so I think that there's opportunity here for us to get at the same solution, but just make sure that we are all in alignment about who pays. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
I don't really see a need to postpone. I feel like we've been shown that there is a product that we have evidence is working for the state and other municipalities, and it doesn't cost a fee for us to subscribe, but if someone wants to use the convenience, they could submit their applications that way for $40. I honestly am not thinking $40 is going to break anyone. And if they really can't pay $40, they're given the option to do it just like we're doing it now with the paper copies. I really regret if we postpone this and just keep kicking this down the road, because it's good. It's good to get modernized and doing things. And if at the end of this year, it really has become problematic, we see there's just been a deep chasm of people who aren't applying because they can't afford the $40, we can change it. It won't be that hard.
Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be voting against this motion to postpone, but for different reasons than Member Bronga. For my part, I think as another member stated, we have first quarter budget revisions coming up very soon. So I see no reason why a budget amendment can't be brought forward during first quarter budget revisions. And when that is done, that policy intent behind the money can be put into that first quarter budget revision. So I will be voting against the motion to postpone.
Ms. Salatone.
So I think the question then is, can we have a firm amount? If this was something on the radar, it should have come through first quarter with the administration's proposal, but here we are. So can we get a firm amount to put into first quarter budget amendments? I mean, we've contemplated our amendments, we've had our conversation, so this is a late breaking amendment that has to have space found for it. And so I think from what I've heard, it's somewhere south of $35,000. Is that right, Ms. Alger?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zolotel, that's correct. I have been in touch with Ryan Marquise, who's done a lot of work on this, and he says we could make it through 2024 with $35,000. And this wasn't on the radar. This wasn't brought to me by the Assembly members prior to first budget revision, so I apologize for that.
So in order to proceed, Ms. Alger, I think what we'll need is the calculus for what your estimate is to the budget co-chairs. So the math behind it, so that we can make sure we have the right documentation if we want to bring this and add it into first quarter. Because what I'm hearing on the dais is that this is a popular policy choice that we don't want to delay implementation on. And it sounds like you have an implementation solution, and so the missing piece will be an appropriation, and that date for appropriation is next Tuesday. So all the pieces can come together. We just need to have the documentation on the costs.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I understand the desire to not postpone, and then I'll just say I was able to find the language that we had originally drafted around fees, so if we wanted to take that up, it would require not postponing, but I could read that into the record at that point.
Meaning make a motion to amend?
Yes, thank you.
You have the floor.
I withdraw my motion to postpone.
Okay. The motion is withdrawn.
Then I would move to amend, and I'll read it out in the S version, and then I'm going to hit send on the clerk. Just one second. Okay, thanks. So I'm looking at section 2, page 2 of the S version, starting on line 43. And then what it would do is add a phrase, so after it says provided that, so it add new language on, starting on line 43. There shall be no fee for applicants or potential applicants to access an approved electronic bidding system, comma, and then it continues the form and type, et cetera. So it's inserting that phrase.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. We'll give the clerk just a second to get it up on the board. Does that match, Ms. Brawley? Provided. Slight, provided. Is that your language up on the board? Okay, so
Yes.
motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Do you want to speak to that amendment?
Yeah, I can just say, again, the discussion was around whether we should preclude charging of fees for participants in this system. And so it says applicants or potential applicants, meaning if there was any kind of, I think it was stated, subscription service or ability to view bidding opportunities.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I do not plan on voting for this amendment. My underlying logic around, why I would like to see this just sort of approved as written in the yes version and done so here tonight is basically what Member Bronga said. I think this sounds like a good enough plan at least point, and I would like to see it implemented. My concern with the amendment is at that point we are essentially in the position where if we don't find a way to cover the costs of it, then nothing happens, and maybe we can. But I don't see what advantage we have by inserting this language in here necessarily. If there's a revision to the budget, that we want to contemplate for Q1, I think we still could do that without the amendment, but we don't incur the risk of preventing any sort of implementation in any form in 2024 if we don't find the funding for it. I mean, again, this coming in, sort of at the 11th hour through, I don't think anyone's particular fault, but just the reality of where we're at, and recognizing that, there's not a lot of, where we don't anticipate a lot of new funding opportunities for first quarter budget revisions. So I would hate to make perfect the enemy of good here. As Member Bronga pointed out, this is simply providing an option to prospective bidders, and then if they find the $40 fee that they may potentially be facing too onerous, there still exists the current system in its place. So I intend to support the AO, the S version, and honestly, I'll probably support it with or without the amendment, but I don't think this amendment is doing anything to improve our chances of success.
So I haven't spoken on the amendment yet.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I have spent the better part, he's already spoken on the amendment. The better part of 20 years or more writing grants to government agencies, federal, state, and local. I have never once been asked to pay to make an application. This would be an extraordinary twist in the customs and practices of government entities, and it would be completely out of line, in my opinion, for us to do this. We just need to provide this. We are asking people to apply to opportunities we are putting out for what we have needs for. It's not the other way around. Anyhow, so I strongly support this amendment. Mr. Bond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the chair. I think we are the solicitors of the bids. We are saying, please apply. And it shouldn't be a money-making thing for us when we are saying, no, you don't get the grant. Or we're not making money, sure. Well, I think Member Raleigh's amendment is more broad than what you're proposing, Ms. Alger. I think she was saying, if there was a different software platform. I know you have a specific thing that you're looking at, which I totally appreciate. And I would, again, just say on the record, the sponsors of this did not approach, we approached the purchasing department saying, please give us your feedback on this ordinance and what a platform could look like. We never asked the purchasing department to bring forward a budget amendment because we really didn't have this conversation, I will say. So that's on us. It's not on Ms. Alger. It's not on purchasing. But I think I'm encouraged by the dialogue here tonight in the conversation to say, hey, there's a path forward to a solution. There's a funding path forward. There's a software platform path forward. All that to say, I will be supporting the amendment because I just don't think that as the solicitors of bids or of grant proposals that we want to, I guess it seems punitive to charge people and they don't get what they bid on. They don't get the grant that they made a proposal for. If we're putting out a call for submissions, I don't think it is the right posture, and I really want to encourage more folks to engage in the government process, whether that's services or work in the community. We want to be casting a much wider net. And I think, for a nonprofit, if you're struggling to get, a couple $1,000s, and then every time you put in for a bid or for a grant, you're having to pay $40, I do think that adds up. And I think it can discourage people from being involved in the process. So the more the discussion has happened here tonight, the more I am inclined to say, yes, this is a government service and we should be fronting the cost for this. And there's also a cost, as has been mentioned here tonight, to the current way that we're doing business. It's redundant, it's extra hours of employees that they have to spend in various departments to convert from paper to electronic. And then also something that was detailed in the ordinance is that we actually waived this. This happened during the pandemic. Nonprofits were able to apply electronically, and from the feedback that I heard from the health department and others, it saved a lot of time, and the process went well, and they were able to keep the information secure. So it's not like this is unprecedented in the municipality. We've kind of already piloted it, which I think is cool. So anyway, hope that we can support the amendment tonight and then ultimately move this forward and modernize our code. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to my colleagues for this insightful conversation and debate thus far. I think to move the needle requires active intentionality. And so just considering, I'm going to support this amendment, but just considering what we're asked to vote on here, we're asked to vote on a new tool or new tools to make processes easier. And in there lies some intentionality about those new tools. I want to make sure that if we're going to advance new tools, we just advance them in a more complete way. Right? So if the intentionality of the new tool is to make it easier, to make accessibility, to reduce the cost of actually engaging in the bids or the grant process for the manual labor costs, I also think in the big picture it's going to be really important for the department to do the economic impact with respect to the workload differentiation. Like the delta of those workload differences in the intra-department probably is cost savings as well, right? And so my hope is that if people don't have to do the same manual work, paper load, that there's a cost savings to our own workload. Long story short, though, it's why wouldn't we want a tool to roll out the most effective and as soon as we can? So I think that this particular amendment adds a degree to the tool that may in fact pause. What we heard was, we're ready to roll out tomorrow. And I respect that. But I'd rather us roll it out right because we're going to roll out something new in the first place with respect to this tool. And if there's the will for this body to make sure that we don't charge for folks to apply to grants and to the bidding processes, then I think that's the right thing to do. And it just speaks to the intentionality of making more business possible with the city and making it easier to do work with us. So. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
I certainly didn't see this conversation going this long and this direction, but I want to echo what Mr. Johnson said. We pay for convenience, so we we pay for convenience all the time. As Member Bronga said, if you don't want to pay the $40 or can't afford the $40, you can still use the old way. We also pay for application fees. I charge application fees on rental properties. People don't get selected, they move on. So I don't feel like the fee of $40 that you pay and then you potentially don't get the winning bid is that big of a deal. I think it's a cost of doing business. I think we should just call the question and move forward.
I didn't hear a second.
Second.
So we're on the amendment. Calling the question just puts us back. So we're going to have a vote to ask ourselves if we're going to have a vote. I don't know that it's needed. The motion isn't necessary. I think members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 8-3, the item is amended. Now the main motion is before us. Any further discussion? Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so now we're back on the main topic. Just briefly, I'll say, yes, sometimes folks are willing to pay for convenience, but right now, I think the current paradigm is that our municipal departments are paying for inconvenience. The current paradigm is inconvenient for our municipal departments. And to that end, I would like to invite Director Rash up to the podium if she's willing, and just kind of walk us through your perspective on the conversation that we had in the alcohol tax alcohol tax grant strategic plan, and sort of why your department brought this idea forward, how this would help you, what are the challenges of the current process, and how could this streamline this for your department?
Ms. Rash.
Through the chair, thank you so much. So we, a part of the strategic plan, we were having discussions, and it was brought up about applicants being able to apply for different grant opportunities that the health department has. And one of the ideas that we came up with was why not have this ability to apply for these electronically. And so, we moved forward with that idea and brought it forth to the group. And I hear all of the different perspectives, and I understand that, there's the, either way you're going to pay. So you're either going to pay with paper, you're going to pay with staff time. But I think at the end of the day, it is a tool that we can use, and we are very supportive of that because it allows us to cut down on the time that we have to spend to have IT check the jump drives before we insert them, keeping paper, scanning paper. It just really, I think, would increase efficiencies across the municipality, across the health department. And again, it's just a tool that allows us to effectuate that change. And we hope that it does move forward. And I understand that there are different platforms, and whatever platform is chosen, I think it will get us further than where we are right now.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Vote of 11-0, AO 2024-36 as amended has passed the body. Next, we'll take up item 14I, AO 2024-37, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 23.10, Tables 3-8 and 3-B, to modify the building permit and plan review fees for fourplexes to address unintended consequences. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Wallen.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I think the memo on this is pretty clear. We did discuss this in the Community and Economic Development Committee. As folks know, triplex and fourplex, we've tried to make them easier, more cost-effective, more time-effective to build. One of the things we attempted to do is create a category for permitting 4 or fewer dwelling units. It turns out that actually made fourplexes more expensive compared to how they were calculated under a square foot parameter in current code. So we are walking that back as another fix to an unintended consequence. I will say going forward, what I would be interested in doing is working with the department to look at how can we still keep a special designation, but maybe make the cost more aligned, because the whole goal of both of those companion ordinances was how can we treat triplex and fourplex more in the manner that we treat single-family homes and duplex. And so I think our fee calculations should reflect that as well. So anyway, urge your support of this. Thanks.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2024-37 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14J, AO 2024-38, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 12.15.015 to provide a municipal real property tax exemption for the residences of volunteer firefighters and providers of emergency medical services. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone's off. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns. Not that I'm trying to discourage this, as I wish for more people to always volunteer in these sectors, because any and all help when it comes to emergencies is important. But I hope there's a guideline to it, because unfortunately, even people that sometimes do good deeds take advantages of our systems. And I'm not trying to talk about the good ones. I just want to make sure that when we're looking at it, that we're not looking at any possible areas that the city could continue to make the revenue that we need to be able to do all these things that we all speak of. So I hope that there's a guideline, there's a breakdown, there's a sheet somewhere that breaks it down that, if they volunteer X amount of hours, that they get this exemption, and that how long they get this exemption. There is not much information that I know about this, but I just wanted to make sure that that is something that is being looked at, seeing how as we've been able to tear apart everything else tonight on money. Let's make sure that good deeds are not taken advantage of too far on giving everything away for free as well. Thank you guys, and again, like I said, I do not discourage giving us a way to encourage more volunteers in any of these things. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Oh, that's right.
Hello.
Welcome.
Audience participation now, right?
No, this is for this ordinance right here.
Oh, they told me wrong. I'm so
All right, thank you. Travis, can we call Ms. Sullivan?
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Sullivan. This is Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on AO 2024-38, tax exemption for volunteer firefighters. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed Assembly members. I am Brianna Sullivan, Co-Chair and Fire Department Supervisor for the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I am speaking in support of AO 2024-38, which provides an important symbol of gratitude to current and active volunteer firefighters and providers of emergency medical services in both Girdwood and Chugiak. This real property exemption would apply to eligible and certified individuals annually by their respective department's fire chiefs. As provided under Alaska Statute 29.45.050R, they must own and occupy property as their primary residence. The whereases in the AO say it all, while the real message is the gesture of appreciation, as volunteers provide a huge service to their communities, and this is a relatively minor cost to provide an ongoing acknowledgement from their community at large, from all taxpayers for their commitment. There are 2 challenges I'd like to mention that volunteer fire departments face. Recruitment and retention. While time will tell if this AO will help with recruitment, this small reward will most likely help with retention, which would keep more experienced people in the role of volunteer and in turn increase community safety. This exemption is modeled after the Kenai Peninsula Borough and North Star Borough, who have implemented this exemption for their essential volunteer service providers. For now, this token of recognition would only apply to homeowners as established in state statute. Volunteers are not compensated tremendously well. If any are able to own a home, they can be rewarded for service. As you know, the proposed ordinance would be revenue neutral with an estimated total value exempted from taxation constituting less than 1/100% of the total taxable base. So any impact on mill rates will be negligible. The impact to the MOA is small, with 30 to 40 people total. Girdwood takes great pride in our volunteer fire department, who provides EMS and fire and rescue protection to the Girdwood community and stretching Turnagain Arm. Along the Seward Highway, a National Forest scenic byway with 15,000 cars per day in the summertime, dangerous mudflats, significant tides, and severe weather year-round. We all know how busy it can feel, how scary, and how vital a connection. We are proud of our fire chief and the training and standards that Girdwood Fire Department meets. We feel fortunate to have their qualified service and dedication. Similarly, the community of Chugiak is within the Anchorage municipality, yet relies on Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department for emergency response. So in short, the AO serves as a modest acknowledgement and small reward for the service of integral volunteers who are a specialized trained workforce, investing a significant amount of their time toward training and online requirements, certifications, who risk their lives on some days, and who provide an unmet need in critical parts of the municipality of Anchorage.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you.
All right. Good night. Welcome. Come on down. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Weston. I'm the fire chief of Girdwood, and I was a past deputy chief of Anchorage Fire Department. I was reflecting on the way down here. I left our training night. We've got 30 members training tonight for 3 hours, like they always do every Tuesday night. They've also spent 16 hours this past weekend also training, as we have a Firefighter 1 class going on. But what I was reflecting on was 27 years ago, when I started as a volunteer firefighter with Girdwood Fire, I worked at City Hall in a small office next to the mayor's conference room, and I would dress up in my work clothes and go to work, and then I'd come home, drive the old section of the highway, which is Bird to Gird Trail, as you would know it now, and then go to work on shift. I'd go grab some food, and then go to work as a volunteer, so providing on-call coverage as a firefighter overnight, and then come back to work. So in the meantime, I might have gone on a car accident or transported people to town in the ambulance, which takes 45 minutes to an hour to get to people to life-saving care. I might have cut somebody out of a car. I might have gone on a mud rescue. I would have done all those things, and then I would go back home, have a shower, put on my work suit and dress, high heels, and then go back to work at City Hall. So that is kind of what volunteer firefighters do. You have a regular job, and then you have this other sort of life that you do. And our firefighters volunteer or do 48 hours of paid on-call coverage a month. That's the minimum. And then they also, every Tuesday night, spend 3 hours in the fire station during training. That's the minimum. And then we require extra service for them to be Firefighter 1. For them to be Firefighter 1, we don't pay them to do Firefighter 1. They do that on their own time, just like EMT 1. Do I have any questions? Would you like to ask me?
No. We're good, thank you.
Okay,
You're done.
thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Scott Fisher. I'm the fire chief at the Chudiak Volunteer Fire and Rescue. We have 103 volunteers. I see them give so much to the community. They get no compensation monetarily for what they do. We pay the Volunteer Association pays for their crew food when they're on duty staffing the station. We provide them good quality training, and we provide them with their personal protective equipment. The volunteers last year put in 65,000 hours manning the cruise or staffing the cruise station. That's a significant cost savings to the taxpayers. I see these men and women do wonderful things all the time on calls. They're second to none. So this is kind of a way to show the appreciation for what they do and all the time they volunteer for their community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Myers. Mr. Johnson.
What's that?
I would invite Mr. Myers to speak first.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Actually, Ms. Sullivan said pretty much everything that I wanted to cover tonight. I appreciate Chief Fisher, and I apologize I missed your name, the other fire chief, for coming up from Girdwood. I also want to thank former Senator Bill Stoltz for bringing this to my attention, because as Ms. Sullivan mentioned, this is already enacted in the Kenai Peninsula Borough and in the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and it really is just meant to be a gesture of appreciation for the thousands of hours that the volunteers spend away from their family and saving the taxpayers money. I do have a question for Mr. Fisher, if I can, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, I wanted to ask while he was giving public testimony if he knows how many of his volunteers are homeowners in Chudiak or Eagle River, or a percentage if you have.
Okay, so our admin person, we looked at those numbers, and like I said, we have 103 volunteers. 31 of them own properties in the municipality of Anchorage. They're homeowners. So 31 from Chudiak, and I'm not sure, obviously, on the numbers for Girdwood.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you.
Lots of people in the queue. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. So I wrote down 48 hours a month is active, and is that active for all the different volunteer, is that what considered active is? It's a lot of hours. I'm just wondering if it's consistent. Is it 20 hours in Girdwood, but
48 hours for us. So they can be on shift for 6-hour blocks. So we make it flexible so you can do like 6 and 6. Some people like to do 48 hours like the guard, like I'm going to go in for 48 hours and then leave. It all depends on their work situation, since they're balancing work and home and kids and everything as is. And then for us, for our question on how many people does it apply to, I do have people that I pay for regular shifts, so I'm not going to apply this to them. So for us, it would be 10 homeowners probably. And of that, I think 3 or 4 are in Girdwood, so not that many.
All right.
So as far as the hours, we have 2 types of volunteers. One would be, we call them an active member. They do 60 hours a month. The affiliates work during the week during the day, and we only require 36 hours out of them. So the affiliates are 36 hours. The active members, which cover nights and weekends, do 60 hours a month.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up with, I delivered my niece's baby in Powder Ridge, and Chudiak Volunteer Fire Department came, and we were very happy that you came so fast.
Well, I appreciate that. The men and women do wonderful things every day, and Powder Ridge is part of our service area.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of what I would want to say has already been said. I think just to add a little context to the numbers we've been given, just by Chief Weston's estimates, 600 hours per year. I mean, that's the equivalent of 15 weeks of full-time work that people are providing on a volunteer basis. Like, it is an extraordinary amount of dedication. I was proud to be a member of this fire department for 6 years, but boy, it is a huge commitment. And then on top of that, if you want to advance as an EMT or a firefighter, that's usually another 100 plus hours that you're going to invest into that. And then also I recognize, a lot of the best people we have serving in the Anchorage Fire Department came up through these programs. So even within the bowl, I think we benefit from the experience that this provides. I guess just the one thing I would encourage members to keep in mind here is not just for the people who live in these communities, but also for the rest of Anchorage who pass through them for any number of reasons. If you find yourself, in a car accident or facing a medical emergency or something else of that nature, like, you can pretty much take for granted that a professional, well-trained crew of mostly volunteers will show up to help you out, and often at great risk to themselves. Like, these are not safe or easy tasks we ask them to perform, but they do that for you, and they do it for essentially little to no compensation. And we all benefit from that. And I think, what we're offering here is ultimately, it's a small gesture. I mean, the property tax savings for the volunteers is pretty minimal, but I think it has some symbolic value and shows our appreciation to them. And so with that, recognizing what they offer and what I think we're sort of providing in turn here is more than reasonable. Anyways, I guess I will, with that, move Johnson Amendment number 1.
Second.
And just to speak to the amendment real quickly,
All right, so there's been a motion to amend by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Myers.
yeah, so this was brought to our attention by staff from the Municipal Attorney's Office, and it's not meant to change the intent, and I don't think it does in any particular way. It simply makes some minor tweaks to language that they think will just work better for the courts. And I think if we ran this through Legislative Council, who ultimately provided the draft here, and agreed that, this might provide some clarification without actually making any structural changes. So I think it's pretty straightforward, but certainly if there are questions, I believe we have attorneys on hand to answer them.
I have a number of people in the queue, but I think it's on the main motion on the amendment. Ms. Brawley, Ms. Zalatil, Mr. Martinez, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. All right. 11, on a vote of 11-0, that amendment has passed. Are you done, Mr. Johnson? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I really appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward. So, because it has to do with taxation, of course, I had to do the fiscally responsible thing and look at the C, the summary of economic effects, and I was happy to see that there was an estimate, but that it's really, as it states, the total exempted value from taxation would be between $500,000 and $1.2 million, or 1/100% of our total tax base. So I think it's important to remember that, as Mr. Johnson said, this is not a massive tax break. Oh, excuse me. It's not a massive tax break, but it's also not a massive hit to the city's finances, essentially. But I think it's also important to understand that tax exemptions and tax credits and all those things do shift the cost burden, right? So no matter what we do. And so the policy question isn't whether or not we should do that, because there's certainly situations where we should, but the policy questions are, what are the fair and reasonable ways to do that, and for what reasons? And I think in this particular instance, based on what folks have said during public testimony, what my colleagues have already said, I do believe that this is a very good deal for the folks who are doing this work. Certainly not full compensation for all the hours and the effort and the sweat and tears that they put into it. But it's also really a good deal for us residents, at least the residents of the areas served by these bodies. And so I think it's important to remember that, we talk a lot about tax burden, but we should think about kind of what policy choices we're making in terms of who pays. So I look forward to supporting this. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So I'm going to support this. I'm surprised nobody's called the question on Mr. Myers yet, quite frankly. But I guess it's because it's such a great topic to talk about. I wanted to raise two issues, and they keep cropping up. Both of these communities aren't in our fire service area. And there are reasons for that, but again, we're back to the structure we've inherited maybe versus the structure that might make sense for our community. This will require, while there's no, direct hit to our budget, it is a redistribution of taxes, and the majority of those taxpayers will be in the bowl. This actually was something we didn't talk about very much when the voters approved the additional residential exemption as well. Those taxes didn't go, that need for those funds didn't go away. It shifted. And where are these things generally shifting to? Renters. So I want to note that. I think it's a part of a larger conversation we need to have, but it's not going to derail this effort. I think this is great. But I think it's a part of that additional conversation we need to have. Are we a unified municipality? If we're a unified municipality, how do we make sure all of the communities in our municipalities' needs are met in an equitable way across the board? Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank my colleagues as well for bringing this piece of legislation forward. And I want to send a message to the folks in the volunteer firefighters and the EMS personnel within the municipality. Thank you. This doesn't send the full amount of appreciation that I think members of this body have for you, and very specifically to Member Zaltel's point with respect to the equity question. The relief and the thank you is really focused on a particular subset of the firefighters, those that we can help with respect to property taxes. But there are other things that I hope that we can consider with respect to sending the message of appreciation, but it's also about something that folks had mentioned, recruitment and retention. And as a priority of this assembly for recruitment and retention, I think I would really be open. I'm going to support this today, but I'd really be open and also exploring other ways that we can continue to show love and to have folks know that their valuable time in contributing to the tapestry of public safety matters for us. And just one final note. In the previous item, we talked about a price tag of about $35,000 with respect to making accessibility a little easier. I think that is a lot less than the 1.01% of what we're talking about now. And so when it comes to doing the right thing with the public dollars, I think this is a great opportunity for us to send the right signal. Thank you, Chair.
I already have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I will support this item. I have a long history of backing and being supported by the firefighters in our community and EMS. I will say, though, because it has to be said, similar to what Ms. Zalatil said, but somewhat differently, this is a great deal for the taxpayers of Chugiak, Eagle River, and Girdwood. It's a great deal for them because those of us out here who aren't in that tax service area or the other one are going to pay for this for your community. So we, once again, are the pockets that are being looked to underwrite the value of supporting our first responders. And because it's firefighters, I'm not going to put up a fight, but it's inequitable. And again, I'll just end where I started. This is a damn good deal for the people of Girdwood and the people of Chugiak, Eagle River, and that part of town, because the people of Fairview are going to pay for a tax exemption for their workers. And so that is a fundamental flaw in our system at this time. We heard some concern about the collection of short-term rental taxes earlier today because it's being paid more from one community in their perception than another. And so I think as a whole it washes out because we, as our urban taxpayers, are often pushed into these positions that we are required to help fund and support those communities that refuse to help fund and support themselves. But I do support the underlying principle. Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, certainly share the chair and vice chair's concerns about who is subsidizing what in many of these conversations, whether it's services or infrastructure. That being said, I also can hear Member Johnson's argument about folks who visit these areas. They may themselves have an emergency. If I'm skiing at Alyeska, I want to make sure that if I have an emergency, I can be helped. So I understand both sides of the coin, and I think it's a worthy conversation going forward. I have a question. When we were talking about the danger that some of these people put themselves in and the risk, I guess I have a question for the chiefs. How do you handle liability? I know this is a volunteer and part-time thing. Is there any type of health care coverage if one of your own volunteers themselves has an emergency on the job, or how does that work?
Yeah, so we I'll speak for Girdwood. We have our own liability insurance that we provide everyone. And then if they're hurt on the job, it comes like any other workers' comp claim, and we go through that process. We haven't had, at least in the last 5 years that I've been chief, we haven't had any significant reportable injuries or accidents, and no fire fatalities either, or fire injuries of civilians. So we're doing well. Now, that could change at any time, right? We've just been very lucky. Obviously, for us, we work on the highway a lot on car accidents, and we've had some near misses where a semi has blown through the accident scene as we're trying to get people out, and they've ignored everything, because we're often working without police for the first 30 minutes of an incident. So those are challenges. And then through our membership with the State Firefighters Association, we do provide $10,000 of accidental death insurance. They do not get health coverage at all, so it's up on themselves. For this year, I've implemented a basic, we're going to do firefighter 1 screenings, because for all this time, like when I was on the department, in the beginning of time, otherwise known as 20 years ago, we had health screening, but somehow it got value engineered out, and so we weren't compliant for NFPA for standards for health. So we've added firefighter medicals back in, but that's a baseline medical to be compliant with NFPA.
And did you want to answer shortly?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. We would be very similar to what she just said.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? On the main motion, seeing and hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-38 has passed the body. So I think now we're going to roll back up the agenda to the item we moved on from, which is item 13A. So item 13A, probably we want to have the department come down and tell us, well, maybe we need a motion first. So as soon as she pulls the item back up. You have a procedural question, Ms. Brawley?
I was going to get ready to move an amendment that was passed out.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and I think the prior question was whether or not we were still on the main amendment, but I'm going to move, it's labeled as Amendment A to Amendment 1, or rather it's as amended since we're in the middle of that.
Second.
1 sec. Right, so it's the main motion. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah. Thank you. We took care of the...
Ms. Brawley made a motion to amend. Mr. Wallen second. Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again to the Planning Department and Department of Law staff for working through this as we were continuing to meet. So this First Amendment addresses the issue that Mr. Davis brought up earlier, essentially the idea being that, that if there's these urban neighborhood development context standards, and that's inside, and then everything else is outside. If we make the inside not applicable until next year, then it leaves potentially a hole where it's unclear what standards apply. So what this does is it still has the same effective date, it does all the things that we've already talked about, but it says until November 1st, 2025, that table that is meant to apply outside of those areas applies to the whole city. So it removes that kind of uncertainty about which standards apply in the meantime.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. All right, on a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Any further discussion on the item?
Yes, I'd like to move amendment number 2.
Second, for the purposes of discussion.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Walland.
Yeah, thank you. So this second piece of drafting is offered by the planning department, so I would invite them to come up and speak. They wanted to explain this further.
Yes, so this ensures that if there are other developments besides the one you heard about during the public hearing tonight that have been under development, that it provides certainty that the planning department is going to be able to provide administrative relief through that same over-the-counter permit review. So in other words, if they can't, what the assembly is doing is making the more lenient table in effect until November 2025. In the event that that more lenient table doesn't solve the problem for a development such as this, this provides the planning department the ability to provide that extra relief. Because there are some developments that have been under preparation by a development community that maybe they weren't aware of the standards, even in Table 3. So this just provides that extra layer of surety that we can solve the problem until November 2025.
Okay, any further? Okay, Ms. Salato.
Thank you. So thanks for drafting this. My question is, if this is for table number 3, and I have a hard time placing sometimes where these amendments go in the overall ordinance as we get down into them. Is this only during the time that the other pause is in place, or is this generally as table 3 applies? Because table 3 will continue to apply to certain things otherwise, so are we creating this administrative relief generally or only during the pause where table 3 is superseding the table that's on pause?
This new provision is only during the period through November 1. There's an existing, in effect, subsection B that is designed to work in perpetuity, which is also a form of relief for both tables.
Got it. Okay, so it's just making the same available for table 3 regardless of which route you had to use to get there, at least during this pause. Thank you.
Mr. Walland.
Thank you. I also appreciate the planning department working with us to get this drafted. I guess I'm just a little bit confused on the fairness that this was put in place. It definitely gives the director some overview. How would we define an undue burden, I guess, is one question that I have. And if, I think it almost begs the question of, should table 3 just be put on a pause then? And are there any other areas of code where something similar to this is in effect? Are there other examples of the director having the power to approve administration relief based on whatever an undue burden might constitute? So those are my questions. So I guess undue burden, number 1, yeah. We have a new planner, Mr. Yell, if you would answer that. Undue burden, how do we define that?
Sure. Ryan Yell, Long Range Planning Manager. Through the chair, Assemblymember Vollen, undue burden, I'll admit, is a little tricky. There is some subjectivity to it. I think in the example that was shared earlier with the Assembly, if it's at the point where this is a make or break and it's just financially or practically infeasible to where development is just not going to happen because these regulations are overburdensome, that could constitute an undue burden. We are going to ask those questions of the developer. Have you tried X, Y, Z? What about redesigning your site? But certainly we would make sure to go through that process that it's not simply just, hey, I don't want to do it.
So give me some relief. Certainly, they would have to demonstrate in writing, and we would keep those findings on file for public review.
Okay. How do we make sure that's not, I think the word is capricious, like, how do we make sure that everyone has the same, they're held to the same standard?
Through the chair, one of your earlier questions too was what other tools do we have for administrative variances, and that kind of ties into that question as well. So we have administrative variances, which are defined in code, which have certain approval criteria and standards. We have something called alternative equivalent compliance, which is not granting relief from the regulations. It just allows for an alternative design that achieves the same intent to be proposed. So that's kind of like our cool flexibility relief valve tool. Lastly, we would have the full variance process. That would be a design or a dimensional variance depending upon the request, and that would go before a board or commission. In terms of the decision-making process on that and vetting it, we could tie that to the approval criteria for AEC, but that would end up being a redundant process. So I can kind of see the path you're going on. You want to tie it to some type of evaluation criteria. But certainly the way that this is written, they would have to provide the department in writing the exact explanation on why they cannot meet the subject standard, why the subject standard is giving them such a burden that it's breaking their development and not allowing it to happen. And then we would provide a written response to that.
Okay. And then what about, I guess the one remaining question, what happens if we were just to pause table 3 then as well and make it not apply to either the in or out of the urban neighborhood context for the time being?
Through the chair, that is an option. We could pause table 3, but when you get to that point of, should we pause it, then the whole section kind of is rendered useless for a year. So it's just a decision, do we go with the more lenient standard and give the industry a little bit more time to adjust to the new regulations, or perhaps give us more time to adjust those regulations to remove any remaining sticking points. But if you were to remove table 3 from the whole equation, then it becomes sort of a moot section of code for until November 1st, 2025.
Okay, appreciate those answers. I will say, hearing those answers, I'm torn. Again, I think there is some good stuff in this, and I know it's been through many evolutions and a lot of work has been poured into it. I think this particular amendment does give me a little heartburn just in the terms of like how would it be applied, what is the discretion, what does fair look like. I don't know. I'm interested, I guess, to hear what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to say thanks to Tom and Ryan and Kate for the work in the last hour or so. I know, and Lance has been upstairs on his phone working this as well, this rewrite. So I just want to say thanks to the team for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the planning department's explanation of this. I do think, having heard that explanation, I think this would be valuable to add. And I'm not in favor of suspending Table 3, because I think if part of our goal is to have certainty and predictability, then we may be in the situation where we were a few months ago, where we inadvertently did something and then it had those unintended consequences. So the other thing that I think would be valuable about this is, because it does require clear standards to allow for more flexibility, basically waiving some of those requirements per project, I think it also gives us a good data record of what some of the issues are in code. So if we start seeing the same issue come up over and over, that is a good data point for us looking at these standards and considering what it looks like in the future. If we see kind of a random smattering or not the same issue over and over, that also tells us that maybe there's some site-specific issues that need to be addressed, that we need to have some flexibility in the code. So ultimately, I think I'm going to speak in favor of this and urge that, one, that this can deal with those those other kind of one-off problems, you know, that we certainly don't want to come back to the assembly and that can be dealt with administratively. And two, again, because it can help the working group and that larger process kind of understand as these projects move through in the next year or so.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I'll just note that any concerns about potential arbitrary actions or capriciousness, that this is only valid through November 1, 2025. So it's limited scope, limited time, and unlikely to reach that level of challenge. I hope petitioners don't have to go through a variance process to achieve a rational response to a challenge that comes up through one of these sticking points, because that sounds like medicine that's going to be worse than the illness, if you will, iatrogenic problem. And so let us try to find ways that don't include other major bureaucratic processes, but rather workable solutions that achieve workable plans this season by November 1st. So I support the amendment. Ms. Salato.
Thanks. I guess I have two more questions. What if you're denied relief? You don't have anywhere to go, so you're going through a variance at that point? And then how fast does the director act? Like, are we talking 30 days? Are we talking 90 days? And I understand that's a little bit iterative based on questions, but like ballpark.
Yeah, through the chair. So the first question, what would be the recourse if you were denied relief? You'd have to pursue another option in code, whether that's, depending upon the situation, whether that is an administrative variance if you're eligible, an AEC request if you're eligible, or lastly, there's a minor modification if you're eligible for that, and then there's also going to a border commission for a variance approval, which is certainly something we only want folks to do in large situations that warrant that. Second, the time, we don't have a time specified here, but typically our practice is that we try to address these in a maximum of 30 days, but we can typically push those through in far under 2 weeks.
Thank you. So I have an amendment. I'm so sorry, folks. So I want to add a sentence at the end of this that says, denial shall indicate the most appropriate alternative for the applicant to pursue, period.
Second.
Jamie, I wrote it down.
So there's a motion to amend the amendment by Mrs. Alatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. The clerk's going to catch it up.
While the clerk's typing, can I talk?
You have the
Great.
floor.
So the idea here is Mr. Yell just rattled off all the alternatives available if there's a denial. I think the planning department's probably in the best position to point the applicant in the right direction for what they're wanting to achieve if the director's not going to do it in a discretionary manner. So it just takes some of the guesswork out. That's all I'm trying to achieve, because some of those things I'm somewhat familiar with, some of those things I'm absolutely not familiar with, and it's best to just get the applicant headed in the right direction if the director doesn't feel like they can provide the exception based on this process. Thank you.
All right, so I think the clerk has the language up there. But if there's no further discussion, we can vote on the amendment to the amendment. Members may proceed to vote. Oh, Mr. President,
I just need one more explanation as to what that means. If you could just, one more time, I'm not really understanding.
Sure. So I asked Mr. Yell what happens if someone's denied this director's discretion. And he said, well, you could pursue a variance. He listed four things that I'm not very familiar with. So the intention of the amendment is the denial will be provided by the director to the applicant, that the denial shall indicate which one of those things Mr. Yell rattled off is the most appropriate avenue for the applicant to pursue to achieve their goals still.
can I make a suggestion for one more word? Just the denial decision shall indicate. Is there any objection from the seconder?
Thank you, English.
Yeah, I think
Major
that will
Chris.
make it more clear. Denial decision shall indicate. Okay, yep, perfect. That's fine.
Make it a full sentence, folks.
Except, okay, so any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, the amendment to the amendment has passed. Now the amendment is back before us as amended. Any discussion? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0, the amendment as amended has been passed. Now we have the main motion back before us as amended. Any further, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, just thank you, everybody, for going on this journey of Title 21 today. And just to restate what happened earlier, so we are pressing pause on implementing new standards that are in our code currently, but will not, well, assuming this passes, will not apply right away. And so it sets us back more or less to the status quo. And then the amendments that we just passed made clarity around where those standards apply and also provides an outlet basically for projects that are already in process or will be in process that may encounter more specific challenges using the code as it's currently written. And then also, as I said before, I am committing to being part of a working group and making sure that we have good representation on that group, that they are open to the public, those meetings, and that we can really work through kind of the bigger picture fix to this code, hopefully. So thank you very much.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to express my appreciation to my colleagues for working on this here, and specifically with the idea that the things that we're trying to work on have to have a kind of clear objective of getting to yes in our community. And as folks know, I'm always saying, if there's money on the table, what can we do to make sure that we're not losing those investments in our community? So I'm appreciative of this body moving in this direction today, recognizing that sometimes it takes a little while to get things right, to get to the ideal, but that if we can do anything we can to get to the yeses in our community, to that point, I extend my thanks, my appreciation to the folk that made their presentation earlier, specifically the investors in our community. Let's keep working together to make sure that we capture those dollars and we get Anchorage to the place of growth. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. Watching the department work with the assembly members and the legal department on a solution, I will say one of my goals for the next year is to ensure there's a reboot of that working relationship and advance on some major projects that we can find our way through the challenges before we adopt, so we don't have to come backwards. But obviously this process is iterative. We figure it out as we go. We find the mistakes as we go. But I am enheartened to figure out a path forward that does the work that needs to be done. So thank you to all my peers and to the department. If there's no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-24 as amended has passed the body. It now takes us back to item 14K in our agenda. Item 14K is AR 2024-108, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,140,000 from earnings within the MOA Trust Fund 730000 for expert financial management and support services provided in the calendar year 2024. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome, Mr. Slivka. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Alex Slivka. I'm currently the chair of the MOA Trust Board, and I just wanted to come before and provide a brief update. The committee was organized in October. We've met 6 times. We've passed a number of policies, including an investment policy and a meeting policy, which very importantly indicates that all meetings are physically held here in Anchorage, and an ethics policy and a meeting payment policy. We are on track to start meeting quarterly starting in May. And I would just stop there and saying we're working very closely with the administration, and things seem to be going well, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. Okay, anyone else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none. I'll just say one thing, that I want to monitor the expenditures. I know this is a standard amount, I anticipate, because it's a more complex board and there will be more meetings, there will be more expenses, but I want to make sure we monitor those expenses in a way that is not so substantive that it starts to skew the use of those funds.
Through the chair, so I have met with your budget analyst, and I will keep them fully informed. I do not expect that we will hit the amount budgeted, but we will intend to work with you to make sure you're fully informed.
I get that, and I trust we have great folks on this crew. I just want to say that part out loud, so thank you. If there's nobody else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-108 has passed the body. Next, we have AR item 14L, AR 2024-116, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a transfer from the solid waste disposal utility operating fund 562000 2023 operating budget of $1,852,544.52 to the solid waste refuse utility operating fund 560000 2023 operating budget of $1,852,544.52 for interest payments and amending the 2023 operating budgets. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Salatel.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Quickly, Mr. Chair, this is a cleanup ordinance. Ms. Lechner explained to us how this occurred when we talked about the budget, or in a budget and finance committee meeting. I don't know, the meetings have blurred together a bit, but she briefed us. It's cleanup to, right, remember that in solid waste services, there are two separate utilities. It's just moving what was supposed to go in the one utility over to the other.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Lechner for bringing this forward. I know there's a lot of kind of cleanup items or other things that need attention, and now that we have the time, having been past some emergencies over the last few years, then I appreciate the attention to detail on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-116 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to take up 14O, 15A, 15B before 14M and N.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatal to take up 14O, 15A, 15B before 14M and N, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Purpose of that is just so that we can get the items that Ms. Zalatal can vote on off the agenda first. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. I'll just note for the public that the sponsor and author of item 14O has asked that this item be postponed to the meeting of May 21st. So we're going to open the public hearing and then we're going to postpone that item to the meeting of, or excuse me, continue the public hearing on that item to the meeting of May 21st, as he has a substitute version and he could not be here tonight to make that argument himself. So we will open, I'll read actually, item 14O, AO 2024-35, An ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2.30.035 and 2.30.040 to include initial audience participation and establish a durational limit together with appearance requests at regular assembly meetings. Public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of May 21st.
Second. All right, so there's a motion to continue the public hearing made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the motion? Here.
It's per Mr. Salt's request.
Yeah, Mr. Volland.
Okay, I was going to comment and say that I probably don't support the ordinance.
Yeah,
and am ready to dispatch it, but out of respect for Mr. Salt, since he's a sponsor and he's not here, I'm fine with postponement. Thank you.
I think there's more conversation to be had. And so if there's no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to the meeting of May 21st. Oh, okay. So on a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2024-35 has been, the public hearing on AO 2024-35 has been continued to the meeting of May 21st. Also, I'm not sure the exact date of the Rules Committee, but at the Rules Committee in May, is it the 16th? May 16th, Mr. Salt intends to present his argument for this ordinance. All right, so next we have item 15A. 15A is AR 2024-126, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer with name change of beverage dispensary tourism license number 4283 for Beluga Point Investments, IT, LL, LLC, DBA, AKME, IHOH. I think that's the International House of Hot Dogs, located at 1020 West 12th Avenue, Anchorage 9951. Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Myers. I couldn't quite tell who the chorus of seconds were over there. So, Mr. Johnson. All right. So, anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-126 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, AR 2024-127, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for sporting activities or event license number 6197 for VMH Enterprises, LLC, DBA Divots Golf.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Myers, seconded by Mr. Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Yeah, it's the end of the night, sausage making. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-127 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next two items both involve the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I'm the executive director, and specifically grant funds to it. So therefore, I would ask to be excused.
You are excused for both items 14M and 14N. All right. Next, we have item 14M, Resolution AR 2024-118, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $568,064.43 for emergency rental assistance ERA 2 Fund 241900 to the Anchorage Health Department 241900 for grant agreements with the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness for the Anchored Home Next Step Initiative pilot program for decompression of emergency shelter, including family emergency shelter. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns. I want to say thank you guys for even bringing this to the table, as always. I'm a part of this. I have a home, thanks to you guys for this. We spoke last Friday, I think it was, when I spoke into ongoing help and growth of such a grant or such an idea of it. It can't just end here. I will always continuously urge that we just can't just put people in a home. There's so much that goes into it. So again, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you again, not only to the Assembly, the administration, and to the City of Anchorage for making it a possibility. Thank you for my home.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Mullen. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item simply looks at some of our leftover ERA emergency rental assistance funds and looks at using those through the Next Step Initiative pilot program, specifically for family emergency shelter. We know that there is a pretty big need in that specific area, and so we're hoping that this will help with the transition out of that shelter, and I urge everyone's approval.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-1, AR 2024-118 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14N, AR 2024-122, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $1,500,000 from the Real Estate Department 2024 Alcohol Tax Budget 206000 to the Anchorage Health Department 2024 Alcohol Tax Budget 206000 for a grant with the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness for the Anchorage Home Next Step Initiative pilot program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone should be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item simply shifts the funds from the $1.5 million, which we appropriated in December, from Real Estate Department to the Anchorage Health Department. I think there was some thought back in December that it was more appropriate for these funds to exist within real estate, but I think reality on the ground has suggested that perhaps the Anchorage Health Department is more appropriate. So that's what this package does. I urge approval.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the explanation. So I remember discussing this, and I know that as I understand it, the coalition's been moving forward on next step commitments. So I guess I'm just confused why it's taken this long to get to the point that there is a recommendation to move it back from real estate to health. I do understand that the health department, has a lot more kind of grant agreement execution experience compared to a lot of other departments. But I guess maybe I could invite Ms. Johnson up. I see you in the audience. I just want to understand kind of the rationale for this, and then also, we've heard time is of the essence, obviously getting folks moved into housing, so how can we be assured that this will move as quickly as possible, given that it's taken 3 months?
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Brawley. So originally this was appropriated to the Real Estate Department. The Real Estate Department, although small, is mighty. They do not have the capabilities to administer a grant of this size and oversee the administration through. And so we ping-ponged back and forth, and we felt it was best to come back to Anchorage Health Department, especially since we already had existing grant agreements. We work with them with their insurance, and we just felt it was best served back with the Anchorage Health Department. We are moving forward to continue the funding based on the original appropriation. So any funds that have been spent will continue to be through this grant.
And then just to understand then, so what would be a rough time frame, assuming, folks get paperwork done on time, that this would actually be executed? Because I think that's really the issue.
I believe the goal was to bring it back at the next assembly meeting. We've been working behind the scenes to do the work, and so hopefully at the next assembly we'll get the contract executed.
And just to clarify, you mean the next regular meeting on May 7th?
I believe they wanted to bring it to the April 30th meeting, but I can confirm that with our grants and contracts team.
Okay, so yeah, then I think if it is at all possible to bring back on April 30th, because we are dealing with a number of kind of financial issues or financial matters related to the budget, so I would encourage as soon as possible. Thanks.
So just for everybody's clarity, we need a little bit of time to get it on the agenda for a special meeting. It's not the same procedure for a regular meeting. If it's not on the agenda, then it can't be brought up. And so we'll need it sufficiently. It should be Friday by noon is the ideal time. There might be a little bit of flexibility there, but for the purposes of getting on a special meeting agenda, it's a slightly different process. So I have myself in the queue, and I'll just be brief. Mr. Rivera, question for you. So I just want the record to be really clear. This is not a new money. It's not a new grant. It's nothing along those lines. It's simply reappropriating from one account already appropriated for this purpose to another.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I'll just say also on this item, because we did the disclosure before 14M that Ms. Alatal was excused from this item as this is a place of employment. She has a personal and financial interest in it, so she was excused from this deliberation. If there's no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-1, AR 2024-122 has passed the body. That brings us to audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queetno, Sand Lake. For the volunteer firefighter thing, I gladly pay the taxes to give them the exemption. I drive past Eagle River and Girdwood all the time, and I'm glad they're there. In regards to the electronic grant application, it does not cost anything to the Muni to use it. It is ready to go. People can choose to use it. They don't have to. It helps streamline things for the understaffed department. And the reason the administration did not bring forward a budget revision for $35,000 is because they could not anticipate that you want to make it free. And lastly, just as with the boards and commissions, you can discuss making the fees free while the program is already running because people have the choice to pay or not. And you bellyache about $40 and you want people to engage in the government process. Here's a public records request that somebody submitted. In November, you charged between $1,300 and $1,400 for that. I don't know the exact amount, but I know it's in that between $1,300 and $1,400. That, if you count 35 cents per copy, that would make 3,700 copies, more than that. I think your fees are a little excessive, especially if you want people to engage in the government process. And the clincher is that public records request from November at the beginning of April had not been fulfilled. You did not provide the records almost 6 months later. So that's atrocious. And then lastly, in the last couple of weeks, there have been several occasions of vicious verbal attacks on employees of the Muni. And the last one on Thursday special meeting, and that was really the peak for me. The vitriol that was spewed from the members, from some of the members, including the chair on that day, were abhorrent. I'm ashamed to have you as my assembly members, and I'm ashamed through the chair, Mr. Perez-Redia, that you are my representative because you were one of those. And you can have the tech guys erase part of your tirade, but you can't erase it from my memory. I know what I heard. And I can promise you all one thing. I will talk to anybody who will listen and tell you how absolutely unprofessional you perform your duties. And on the contrary to the people on this assembly who do not engage in these attacks, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Ms. Quidno. Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns. Midtown is where I currently reside. Thank you again. Couple of different areas I want to point on today is that we're looking at the summer coming up again, and I hear plans of abatement of 40th and Denali. Again, maybe it's for control and maybe it's for safety, but at the same time, I hear it's because we have another concert. With nowhere for them to go, I often wonder what it is that we're trying to search for. And you guys still haven't been able to answer as far as criminalizing or not criminalizing living outside. The point being is one way or the other, these folks are going to exist. So I do continue to encourage finding better ways to handle it. The initiative first that we are working on is great steps, but it should not be the only step. So I continue to challenge you guys to find ways to talk about it and find solutions. Moving beyond that, I know we have an up-and-coming runoff. I want to encourage through the chair and through the assembly that we are a part of Anchorage and we are all neighbors. Being positive in how we go about doing that, I encourage from our future politicians and our current politicians. I only speak of such at your all's meeting because everybody is related to the aspect of when we run for office for you guys, you guys speak one way or the other. Throwing negativity back and forth, and that is just like throwing negativity in this room. It shouldn't have any room. We're Alaskans first. We need to run better elections so that way you guys get better results. As far as moving the idea about one of the things about having this time now, I encourage you guys to maybe keep your views open. Without us having an audience participation, it will not bring people in here to being able to voice our concerns to you guys directly. Without that, you guys are not going to have more participation. You guys' voting numbers will continue to drop. People are getting busier and busier every day in their lives. For them to stop and be able to take time and know that it's going to be here makes it worthwhile. So having that time for us to have our audience participation to be able to voice our concerns is a movement in positivity for you guys. That being said, I'm sure we'll talk more about it when it comes up in the next meeting. I encourage positive growth in all ways because negativity, there's enough of it out there. We're intelligent people when we choose to be. We're polite people when we choose to be. Let's always make the better choice. Thank you guys. Have a great night and all the work you did tonight.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Alexis Johnson, Eagle River. I come to you today to request that this body stop bullying municipal employees and apologize to the many people that you guys have brutalized over the last 3 years under the guise of politics. Last Thursday, I left these chambers in tears and ultimately contemplated resignation from a job that I love so much. This came after a member decided to speak on the failure of leadership at the health department. A point of order was raised, and the chair of the body encouraged his colleagues to carefully construct their comments to protect line employees, but that anyone who moves into the political sphere is subject to the political forces. I signed up for respectful political discourse, but what this body has chosen to say is out of line and inappropriate and has gone from political rub to outright bullying. When I started with the municipality in 2021, I held a great deal of respect for this assembly. We had different opinions and life experiences, but I was always respectful, had an open door policy, and in even some cases believed we were friends. That was until my staff was bullied out of a housing and homelessness committee meeting, one that ended with my now former employee saying, "I no longer want to present to the assembly for fear of ridicule." Dr. Vollen later apologized for his colleagues' remarks, for which I am grateful. I want you to recognize the impacts that your words have on people who are absolutely doing the hardest work imaginable. And it's not just my department or the homeless division specifically. The planning department has been labeled as dishonest and agents of disharmony, and that you couldn't trust them. The purchasing department has been dragged through the mud and then later told that they were just collateral in a larger fight. AHD painted as the fox guarding the hen house when we asked to manage both the sheltering contract and its oversight, which were only hired because this body did not trust Henning to run our homeless shelters. The animal control staff were assumed to be conspiring with pet owners so that they could pass wellness visits. Department of Law went as far as to write a letter to you saying that you could not continue to treat their staff the way that you've been treating them. I'm here today to tell you that you cannot continue to treat people this way. Our work was labeled as a death stain. Do you guys criticize Anchorage firefighters and blame them for any death by fire? No. We support them in every instance because that job is hard, it is heart-wrenching at times, and we offer support, not blame. I embarked on this role with a deep love for Anchorage and a commitment to serving its most vulnerable residents. While I take every loss of life personally, I'm no longer going to allow this body to bully me, my staff, the department that I love so much, or any other department in the city. I love working for this city. I sold my business to commit my life to public service. And I tell every person I know that Anchorage Health Department is the happiest place on earth. But we are in a struggling labor market, and every new employee I hire, I have to preface with, whatever the Assembly says about you, it is not true. The work you are doing is meaningful.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Vera Pearl Rossier. This is my third time here. I reported March, the anniversary of when Pardue and his father started coming in my home, chloroforming me and sexually assaulting me, and it's been 24 years. And APD closed the case because it was a police officer. And last week I was here. I was a little bit upset, so the tone of my voice I was not proud of. However, Monday night, April 15, 2024, Pardue and his goons surrounded me in 3 different vehicles. It took over half a dozen men to present a threat of attack to me, one woman. That tells me that Officer Pardue and his goons are cowards. Pardue, you are a sorry excuse for a man and an even sorrier excuse for a police officer. Now, you all better keep this man away from me and my family. I am not afraid of him. I don't believe I'm his first victim. But all my life, all I've ever done was go to work, church, and school, work, church, and school. You can't spot my life. At the age of 14, I began working and purchasing my own school clothes and paying for my own school lunches. I have worked all my life and asked nobody for anything. So when I rented that duplex for Pardue, and I furnished it top to bottom in just a few days, and I paid that man several months in advance rent, so I was stuck there. And then on top of that, I paid cash for a vehicle, and Pardue made it in his mind that a black woman shouldn't have that kind of resources. And he has been stealing from me. He has been harming me. When he kidnapped me January 2023, my first vertebrae is messed up from being sedated, raped, beaten my head against something, and beaten in my lower back. I can barely stand and walk anymore. Now, I'm telling you, the women that he messed with in the past, I believe they were street women and women on drugs. Now he's messed with the wrong one. I am black, yes. He's white, yes. But I will fight for justice, and I will get justice. You better put him in check, because I am not afraid of not a one of their goons. I know the Lord, and I know I can call on angels. They've showed up for me in the past, and they'll show up again.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Roger Branson, I'm a longtime mental health advocate out of Eagle River, and I want to respond to one of the prior speakers and remind everyone of the vitriol that was in this room 4 years ago and the challenges that we've gone through since then, the challenges we've been through as a community, and especially the challenges of the homeless people, to include those who aren't here today because they lost their lives before we could get help to them. 3 years ago, we needed everybody to come to the table to help solve homelessness. And here we are today. We need everybody to come to the table and help solve homelessness. We need us all to continue this vitriol from years ago, to keep repeating it. It just causes more division in the community. Please, Mr. Mayor, collaborate with us, work with us, help us solve this problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing, hearing none, we'll move on to the last part of our agenda, which is member comments. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no comment tonight.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, a year ago today, myself and actually 7 other members on this body were sworn in. But I want to say that before I joined this body, I watched a lot of these meetings and I remember what happened. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
No comments, thank you.
Ms. Braga.
No comment.
Mr. Johnson.
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Littlefield, to the fray.
Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I appreciate being here, and I look forward to working with everybody. I was really enlightened tonight, and it's going to be interesting to say the least. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. One of the opportunities I had tonight with our new colleague, Mr. Littlefield, was to have an observation of how many unanimous votes we have. And if you think of, to the point of our first year in service, Member Brawley, the majority of the votes that this body takes are probably overwhelmingly unanimous or, just to one side. And that just shows the diversity of ideas coming together to solve problems for the community. And I recognize that everyone comes to these challenges with their own vantage points, their own backgrounds and their own experiences. But my vantage point still holds true that if we can focus on the things that are the common ground areas, roll our sleeves up, then we can make a difference and we can get things done. And so I welcome Mr. Littlefield to the sleeve rolling table, and thank you, Chair.
With that, we are adjourned. I'm sorry, Mr. Myers.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Myers, I call the question.
I do have a question. I first wanted to thank, or welcome Mark, I guess. It's good to have a counterpart back and share the duties because it is much more time consuming than I ever expected. But I do have a question because somebody asked me at a community council and I don't know the answer to this. If somebody is a municipal employee and they're feeling bullied, who do they report to? By an assembly member, rather. Because I couldn't answer that and I don't know how to answer that. So
That's an interesting question, and it's all the rage from this administration.
But I guess that didn't really answer my question.
I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
Yep, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
Yep. It's a very interesting question. Some of us will go to the Superior Court. So, thank you. We're adjourned.